الأبيات من moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
젠지 화이팅! BFX 화이팅!
디아블
빅마 BFX 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here on a Saturday for the upper bracket match between Gen G and BNK Fear X. Definitely not the expected team to be here, but BNK Defeating T1 a couple of days ago, they earned their spot here up against Gen G, who are the favorites, but should make for an interesting match. I'm Valdez with Ms. Ox. How are you doing today, Ox?
I'm doing pretty great. You know, I think this is obviously a matchup where there's an expected favorite and underdog, but that was a similar situation when BNK PRX faced T1, and obviously we all know what happened there. So I'm hoping BNK PRX give them at minimum a good fight in this series, but obviously Gen G have looked very dominant. I will say the most recent series against D+ was maybe less convincing, apart from Chovy. Chovy was just, that series in particular was in spectacular form. They finished it 3-1, but that's kind of the point I'm making. They won 3-1 with Chovy having, you know, easily the best series he's played so far this year. And it just makes you think if Chovy wasn't playing quite so well, could it have been a 3-2, could D+ have even maybe gotten close to winning, but the thing is, he was, and he is Chovy, and they made it here. Vicla's obviously been in phenomenal form, but if Chovy's in that form, I think he's going to be very hard to match.
Yeah, he definitely will be. It seems like he's on form. We've had only 3-1s and 3-2s so far. Curious to see what we're going to get tonight. Win, and it's straight to the finals and first stand. So you win tonight, you go to Brazil. Like, that is kind of a crazy amount of stakes to have. BNK, they are on a 17-match losing streak against Gen G. A lot of teams are on losing streaks against Gen G. DK on an even longer one. But BNK looking in great form, and we'll have to see how their form looks tonight.
Yeah, you could win and be the first team to stand in Brazil for the FSG 2026 tournament. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and obviously Ryu was the coach for BNK PRX. We had a lot of positive things to say about him during his time there. Has now moved to Gen G, which is always an interesting one because BNK PRX also kept the roster the same. So he has a lot of insights and knowledge into how this team functions. You know, we often talk about, even just when we talk about draft, there's more to it than just draft, but when you talk about draft, teams often say like, oh, we have this pick that we had saved, we never brought it out, but we had it ready. Ryu will know all of those picks. The only ones you won't know is newly prepared ones this year. If you've got any ones hanging over from last year, he will be aware of them.
So he did have 79,000 damage on Aurora. Chovy sets a new personal best with 1760 DPM. Kent Vicla, who has a solo kill against Chovy in the group battle, bring the same ceiling today. Will be pretty interesting. I think Chovy definitely looking better in their most recent match against DK than he did against Vicla that long ago.
Yeah, I think Chovy, you know, he's been fine up until that point in the LCK Cup, but that series was just on an absolute tear. And it seems like it has convinced a lot of all the Predators. There's a lot more 3-2s though on the Korean side. Pony, Helios and Prince all going 3-2, so I think with how BNK PRX took down T1, given a lot of confidence there, but I think on the global side, a lot of them still convinced in the power of Gen G.
Yeah. And I think this is totally fair. Like, this is to be expected. And, you know, BNK, they were able to go against the expectations against T1. I saw a fan sign that was like, we're going to do it again. We're going to, you know, ruin all the predictions, and we'll have to wait and see if they do. But guys, we do have the coach interview. Let's jump into that now.
전지 감독 유상욱입니다. 높은 곳에서 만나게 돼서 좀 신기하기도 하고 재밌는 경기가 될 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 요즘 메타도 그렇고 폼도 많이 좋아 보여서 올라올 거라고 확실히 예상은 못했지만 예상했었고, PX라는 팀이 좀 모든 라인에서의 밸런스가 많이 좋다고 생각해서 좀 팀합적으로 저희가 잘 맞추는 부분이 좀 중요하다고 생각하고, 좀 팀 게임을 잘하면 이길 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 다들 컨디션 괜찮고 괜찮습니다. 오늘 3대1로 예상하고 왔습니다. 오늘 좀 중요한 경기인데 이제 좋은 모습 보여드리면서 결승까지 가보도록 하겠습니다. 젠지 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 저는 BNK PRX 감독 박준석 이도라고 합니다. 여기까지 온 것만으로도 되게 영광스럽다고 생각하고요. 저희 팀이 더 잘해주고 있는 것 같아서 저는 되게 흡족하게 바라보며 이 자리까지 오게 된 것 같습니다. 저번 주에 이제 T1을 이기고 나서 이번 주는 좀 그냥 쉴 땐 쉬고 뭐 스크림 할 땐 하고 그냥 평범하게 그냥 일주일 보냈던 것 같습니다. 초비 선수가 좀 경기되는 것 같고요. 근데 팀적으로 보면 저희도 잘한다고 해서 뭐 나머지는 딱히 경기는 안 되는 것 같아요. 요새는 어진이 같아요. 정글링 싸움도 잘 하고 이제 상대 심리도 이제 잘 이해하고 좀 해가지고 이번에 할 때도 좀 그런 게 잘 적용이 되면 잘할 것 같아서 어진일 것 같습니다. 젠지가 이제 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 막 쉽게 이기지 못할 것 같고요. 뭐 한 3대2로 저희가 이기지 않을까 생각합니다. 오늘 꼭 좋은 모습 보여드려서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 꼭 결승전 가겠습니다. 응원해주세요. 감사합니다. BNK PX 화이팅!
Well, there you have it, hearing from both of the head coaches of the two organizations. Definitely a lot of confidence on both sides. It's pretty interesting to see that they're very wary of Chovy, but the rest of them, you know, we're just as good of a team. We can deal with them. We just got to deal with Chovy. And there's a lot of respect towards Chovy, who is one of the best players that we've had here in the LCK. But I think Genji as a whole is definitely a strong team. And they will have to be wary of all of them.
Yeah, I think that's why it's always so hard going up against them, because there is multiple threats. We've had games, series, that Genji has won where Chovy hasn't had to play like he did in the most recent series, and other players have stepped up and been the carry. There is multiple lanes his team can function well from. The fact that they have Keen, Chovy, Ruler in the 3-laner spots is just a bit insane. And now for the really important match, the Battle of the Mascots.
Yeah, where's Jinrang? I saw him backstage, but he's not out there. We do have Mr. Fox. I forget his name. We also didn't get the angle where Nyx. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And we didn't get the angle of the helper person smacking him in the back of the head this time. A little bit disappointed.
Yeah, I'm sure it happened though. We could be very confident that was what motivated that great display. So you're on camera, dance.
Dance for us, mascot. Oh boy. But no Janrangi. Maybe later. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe the mascots can battle it out.
Maybe that's how they should do side selection. Maybe, you know, when teams are like equally seeded going into a series, instead of coin flip, you just say your mascots are gonna fight. The winner gets right to third selection.
Or they can do a dance battle, you know.
Oh.
That would be good, I think.
Yeah.
And get an impartial group of exactly 13 judges.
Yeah, I could not be on that because I'm partial towards X already because of the whole slap dance thing. But to be fair, I haven't seen Jamrang dancing at the moment. So, you know, I think this is just a default win from a no-show. So.
And you know what? BNK, they have side selection in this match, so it all kind of makes sense.
Fit together. So we can only assume that this is how they did decide. Yeah. Wow.
I like that Diablo, he's reached the length of hair now where he's able to part it and be able to see through it. You know, it's long enough. Whereas before it was just that awkward stage where it could block the eyes, but you can't really part it and keep it there. So yeah, he's got good hair mechanics for sure.
He seemed to be playing pretty well despite some of the hair issues you may have been alluding to. So it wasn't really hindering him at all.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty good. Definitely one of the strongest bot lane duos we have here, and certainly part of the reason why BNK are here in the first place. They're going to take second pick.
So it's interesting, we often see second pick prioritized in the LCK later in the series, once a lot of those power picks have sort of been taken away, but going for it on the offset, not something we always see. Putting a lot of emphasis on counter pick. We'll see whether they look to use that top, whether they look to use that support. And we'll see what the strategy is, because typically second pick, you have a lot of onus on you to ban away a lot of the OPs. And then maybe one thing gets through that, you know, first pick gets, but maybe they just leave a lot open. And they're like, well, you can only get one of them, we'll get two. So far though, Nico banned, Rumble banned, Yunara banned. This is just trimming the OPs from both sides.
Pretty straightforward so far. We'll see if we can see Varus, Pantheon, Orianna, stuff like that. Duro's going to get Bard banned against him.
Okay, Bard is a bit more... We see Bard banned a lot against, you know, it's been banned a ton against Carrier, against Andal, has been banned against Duro, but banning it from second pick does sort of limit what you can ban, because now there's still Varus, there's still, you know, Azir, Orianna, and there's still Ryze on the cards. and not that many bans left. Vi, Pantheon also available, so definitely a lot of stuff going to go through. Orianna going to get taken away. This is Gen G kind of just presenting, do you want to just trade Orianna Azir, bans, and then, you know, they would be able to first pick the Ryze if they wanted.
Yeah, definitely an option. You can give Azir, you can grab Pantheon and Taliyah, maybe. Could be an option to deal with the Azir. A lot of discussion on this one, and they're just going to ban Gwen. So it's not Azir. It's
So
not
now,
Pantheon.
Gen G in this position where, I mean, there's just a ton of stuff open. Are you set firmly on taking the Azir here in this situation? You know, there is Taliyah open, there is Ryze open, there is mid laners that you can sort of play. Are you going to put higher prior on a jungler, but there's still like Pantheon, Vi, Zin's out. There's just a lot of picks available. They go straight for the Varus. I think with the fact there's so many picks in those different roles available, they're not overly concerned. This does mean that BNK4X have the option to get a Azir for Vikla, which is a pick he's often, even last year, was banned away from him heavily. We'll see if they end up leaning towards that. For now, though, Pantheon for Raptor feels really good. It was banned away quite heavily against him in recent series. A pick he can really lead the charge on. And just honestly has so much early pressure, but still scales pretty well, has that global pressure too. And they will get that Azir for Vikla pretty quickly. We'll follow up there.
Yeah, I like getting Pantheon for Raptor. They said he was their best player, and they're going to put the best jungler on the patch directly into his hands. I think that's a great start for BNK.
Yeah, here, Gen G could just go, you know, Vi Taliyah. We often see our pros enjoying Taliyah into Azir specifically. Gives you a strong mid-jungle combo, which you kind of need in this situation. And it looks like that will be what they're going for, at least the Taliyah. I assume they'll follow up with a jungler here just to match. And I think Vi, Taliyah just super consistent in this situation. Question is, BNK4X, do they want to match AD carry? Sivir, I think, is something we often see into the Varus. Able to obviously spell shield a lot of your damage, match your wave clear. The only problem is, into Vi, you are quite short-ranged, and the spell shield, you know, doesn't really do much against her, because on the way to you, she can kind of smite to proc it. And if you get caught by that ult, you're just dead. So they end up not looking towards the AD carry role, instead securing Ambessa for clear here, and now have a window to sort of trim some of the picks Keen could take into it, and limiting his options there. So a really strong top side, I feel like, for BNK4X here. Gen G, a lot of single target lockdown with that composition. A lot of ability to burst one target, and immediately Rectum ban comes through. I think for Gen G, the Sivir ban does make sense. In my mind, is something you want to take away from.
Yeah, I mean,
like
Diablo can play a whole host of different things. He's shown that he's not scared to go towards the Lucian as well. There are a lot of threats where if you are in Lucian range, it can be a little bit iffy. There's still Corki that's hanging about that you could consider.
Yeah, trimming anything safe. Maybe the Sivir ban doesn't need to come, because you're like, we have tools to deal with it. It's just the lane, I feel like she has such a good time in lane. I think the Ezreal ban makes a lot of sense. Is it going to be the Sivir? Is it going to be the Corki? Not sure what else should really ban in this situation. They are just going to go for Sivir.
Diablo could also play Jhin. They already have a lot of damage, and he kind of matches Varus decently well in terms of range in the lane, but
yeah, and
it's not a Diablo champion necessarily.
I mean, this Gen G composition isn't that tanky either, so it would definitely work here. And you can operate just miles away. You have divers you can follow up on, so yeah, I think the Jhin could make sense. It's also able to sort of hold up against the Varus in lane. Running it down the last second, and it is just going to be that Jhin coming through. So we're going to pick something that can just operate miles away from these threats that Gen G has.
Yeah. And now they get support last pick, counter pick, after they see the entirety of Gen G's composition.
Yeah, I think you could just slam and engage support. They're looking at the Rakan. think that's fine. You know, I think I wouldn't feel too crazy differently if you just went Rakan or Rel, but Rakan obviously very quick to follow up, and also you have a bit of sustain in the lane, so if it is, if they pair the Jhin with something that has a decent amount of harass, you kind of just weather the storm, even though it doesn't feel too good. Top lane for Keen though, into the Ambessa is just going to be the Rek'Sai. Yeah, Genji composition feels quite early focused, you know, when I get that early momentum. A lot of playmaking tools, and I think the Poppy, a lot of ability to shut down what Genji have picked out. I was thinking, you know, when they ban the Sivir, is Poppy going to be concerned here? The fact that they lock in the Rakan Rek'Sai makes a concern. This is a pick that Kellen's had a ton of success on. You know, 3 of the picks on Genji's side get heavily shut down by this. And you already have plenty of engaged potential in this composition. You have Mbessa, you have Pantheon, you have the Jhin follow-up, you have Azir who can go in. You have ways to close the gap if you need to. But the Poppy just has so much control. So I think this is a pretty good draft for being KPRX. I think they got a lot of comfort for the likes of Raptor, Vikla, Kellen. I know Jhin not necessarily a pick we associate with Diablo, but I think it fits the composition well.
Yeah. We see Jhin oftentimes picked into a lot of aggression, sometimes to just, as you mentioned, stay as far away as possible and let the other damage threats do their work, which they have a lot of. And yeah, definitely like this comp from the side of BNK. Seems like they came in with a pretty clear plan in terms of what they were going to prioritize in the draft and make sure they can get as much as possible. They see the entirety of the draft, and then they're able to pick the Poppy for the ultimate counter pick on R5, which is something I haven't said in a long time, but because they picked second pick and Genji picked blue, that's the way we've ended up here.
Yeah, I feel like they got the double whammy of picking the top laner before bans, banning away the stuff to deal with it, and getting that counter pick support. So getting a lot out of the second pick. I feel like being KPRX is just, can they execute when we get into game?
Yeah, that's really the only question. And looks like we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. So I hope you guys are excited. But we have a pause. And can you guess the reason?
Okay. You know what?
Our players have decided they do not want to play the game.
At least we can say the bot lane has synergy. That's something we can definitely talk about here, you know. Moving together, support covering the AD carry, backing each other up on the roams.
Yeah, what was your comment last time around for Kellen?
I don't remember.
You know, they were very impressed on the Korean side by your ARAM Mayhem knowledge.
Oh, yeah. I'm a baby kitten, where is mama?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Diablo went to go to, obviously, as you guys can tell, toilet issue, went to resolve that, and Kellen was like, I'm a baby kitten, where's mama? And they told him, well, mama went to the bathroom, and Kellen's like, oh, okay. I guess I gotta follow. And he did.
Support's support, you know?
Yeah.
Have them covered. Yeah. Well, hopefully this gets resolved quickly and we can get into game.
Yeah. You know, I also did have some Zero Coke before we went live. And,
I thought you were going to say you also went to the bathroom. I'm like, that's a normal thing, Brendan. People do that. That's a normal bodily function.
Yeah, but the thing is,
thank you for sharing.
I went right before the broadcast, and I thought, you know, solved, but actually I kind of have to go as well.
Wait, you went?
But I'm not going to leave. I'm going to stay. We're not going to do a toilet pause for
run me through this. Sorry,
for Valdez.
I'm confused. So you went, so you have an obligation right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And before this obligation that you have to be here, you went to the back. So you went before.
I did, yeah.
Interesting. So your strategy was to go before you had to be here.
Yeah, right before.
So that you didn't need to go during. That's, I think we're on to something.
What I'm trying to say is I still have to go.
Oh.
Because I drank a lot of fluids
Why didn't you take this window? You just had a window and you missed it.
Well, because I have an obligation to stay here on the broadcast, whereas the players apparently do not. But they're back.
No, Brendan, I tend to yap a lot. I knew.
Really? Oh, I had no idea.
I don't know if they'd noticed. If you ran really fast, they would just think he's talking about Ziggs for a really long time at the moment.
Well, if only we had Ziggs, but at least we have some gameplay ready to go. Let's hop out of the Rift for game 1. All right, game number 1. I think we're going to know very soon, especially with these drafts and the fact that BNK got a very solid, comfortable draft. We're going to know very soon in this best of 5 whether BNK are here to play or if Gen.G are just going to 3-0 them. Because, you know, I don't think it's going to get much better than this. Like, yes, Gen.G also got a pretty strong draft, but I think that BNK, this is about as good as it gets. You get, you know, right of first selection. You choose second pick. You get a lot of value out of it. You're starting off the series, whereas maybe, you know, Gen.G might take you the lightest in game number 1. Again, this is all kind of conjecture in that front. But at the same time, I think this is their best opportunity to strike. And if they don't, I do worry for their chances of getting a game in this best of 5.
Well, at least if they lose this game, they'll have right of first selection again. So that's something. BNK FairX's bot lane played very aggressive there, using the heal for the movement speed so Kellen could slam Ruler into the terrain. And Ruler and Dura responded with a heal of their own. You can see already a lot of aggression coming out in this level 1. Not too much of a surprise, given how Diablo and Kellen have been playing their bot lane 2v2s, but immediately looking to challenge and find any advantage they can.
Yep, that's the way it goes. You can see Vikla playing very respectfully here, as that rock was very close to hitting him, but not quite. I'm definitely very curious about the Vikla Chovy matchup once again, because obviously last time during the group stage, we did have Vikla getting the solo kill. Also Pantheon on a 6-game winning streak, and 2 of those are Raptor. And one of them is Canyon. So you take it away from Canyon. It's, I said it before, I think it's the strongest jungler on the current patch.
Yeah.
And you put it in the hands of someone who already has 2 wins on it.
Yeah, I mean, Vi's good, right? And Vi is in that higher tier, but Pantheon, the global presence that you have at 6 is insane, but unlike a pick like Nocturne, who's kind of just waiting for 6, your level 3 is absurd. And then he's not one of those junglers where it's like, okay, you only offer something early. That's the thing that blows my mind with his pick. He just does so much damage even later in the game.
Yeah.
You know, you build Bruiser, and it feels like you can still just one-shot squishies. The execute damage he has as well is kind of crazy. And the fact that you have your E, which just allows you to soak so much damage. I think the champion just has so much to offer, and Raptor has been great with it. So we'll see if you can find any angles to start things off early this game. Obviously, him and Kellen together can CC a target for a good amount of time. A lot of base damage between them.
Yeah. Just feels like Pantheon doesn't really have any weaknesses right now. Kind of reminds me of Azir on many patches. Although Azir nowadays is still very high prio, it still does feel like at least he's got some downsides. Especially if you get behind and you don't have a lot of engage in your composition. It's kind of up to you, and that can be detrimental. As Keen does take a lot of damage, but he's playing tank Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I made a mistake, so I saw that trade and I was like, wow, that's a mean... And then I remembered it's a Rek'Sai, and damage doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
So Keen will just burrow and look at the left side of your screen, top left, and you can see his health bar is already just... Look at it again.
It's higher than Clear's already.
Yeah, this pick's also a bit ridiculous. Oh, Ghost comes in, and that's enough just to immediately force a flash from Vikla. He's not messing around, does not want to get solo killed. 4 minutes into game 1 of the series. We talked about if Chovy's in good form, it could be a major issue for any team who faces him. He is not relenting, and already starting to put the pressure on this early into the series.
Yeah, very nice to see. Chovy, it's personal this time. Keep in mind, you know, I mentioned the solo kill from Vikla onto Chovy during that last best of 3. It's also the series where Canyon stole 2 objectives with his flag. I think that was game 2, I want to say. Not 100% sure, but B&K were actually winning, and they were on the objectives, and Canyon stole a dragon, and then later stole a Baron with his flag alone.
I think it was game 1. I think game 1 was the one where B&K FairX were really competitive and honestly could have won. And then game 2, they kind of just struggled. I don't 100% remember. Maybe you're right. I don't know. By the way, that was a close series, and I think a big reason why Gen G didn't pick B&K FairX to play, which, given how the bracket played out, makes sense. Right now, both junglers hovering around bot. See Kellen trying to find something there, but a little bit unsuccessful.
You can see that Canyon actually going to start up the dragon here on the minimap, and it's right as Raptor backed away. So Chovy also having Prio in mid means that probably just going to get this. You do see Raptor coming on down, but I think it's just a little bit too late for them to really contest. See some vision put down, but at the end of the day, the dragon goes to Gen G, and B&K are just kind of left scratching their heads. Yeah, they get to walk both of their laners in as well, so they get extra quest progress from that. Just assisting with the objective take. Didn't have to commit much time, so Gen G able to secure that one. Is it early Hextech, which, you know, means it's not going to be a Hextech Soul. Next one's an Ocean, though, so removing a strong Soul and a weak Soul from the pool. We'll see what it ends up being. For now, though, just kind of seeing little CS advantages open up, particularly though top lane. Keen a good amount ahead already. And I think Keen in the last series, uncharacteristically not playing so well. Did hear that he wasn't feeling so well, so that may have been a factor. Chovy was saying that he was trying to finish the series quickly to sort of give him some reprieve. Seems like, from what we've seen, even though it's early days, but seems to be feeling better in this lane at least. Yeah, does feel like, I don't have the stats in front of me, but I feel like this is something that Keen has gone back to a decent amount. Some of our top laners like the top Rek'Sai, others we don't see too much of it. Oftentimes seeing, you know, the Rumble, the Kennen, the Ambessa, the Gwen, Aurora even. But Rek'Sai coming out here and there, and Keen has been enjoying it. So, especially into Ambessa, because Ambessa, you know, goes in for these trades, and then Keen's like, yeah, cool story, Ambessa. I'm just going to heal all of that damage. So, can mitigate a lot of Ambessa's annoyingness. We'll see if Clear has any kill potential when he gets his Eclipse.
Oh, Canyon circumvents the ward that was spotted. You can see it was pinged out. Hit by the Scryer, so can Clear escape?
Clear has his flash, and he's just going to ult and get away. Very nicely handled. Waited for the Rek'Sai to get in front of him, and then was able to taxi, essentially.
Yeah, it was a nice buffer as well with the ult onto the Vi ult. The CC didn't actually connect there. And in the end, you trade flash for flash against Canyon. So getting away from that situation where Canyon took the time to skirt around the ward, where they both commit ults and you're trading flash for flash, you're pretty happy with that one. Well played by Clear.
Yeah, it definitely feels pretty good. You don't want to get behind in the lane where you're already feeling a little behind based on the CS number. And you can see that B&K looking to put some pressure on this red buff, but decent amount of vision, and the bottom lane is able to rotate over. And so I think they're okay for now, although Raptor sticking around, and now we got a TP coming in. So Raptor just going to poke Canyon a couple more times, but this is actually a Rakan TP, and eventually Duro just going to get slammed into the wall. They're trying to burst him down, and the sweep comes in from Vikla. They get the kill on the Duro and onto Canyon, and it's on both of the carries as well. It's literally perfect for B&K.
Just so well played. B&K FairX had the setup, and Gen G kind of disrespect them moving in there. Duro TP's in, and you can see Kellen just waiting. He knew exactly what the play was. Duro even popped ult immediately as he landed, but it just wasn't enough to negate the CC. They might be in trouble here.
Yeah, the knockup came in, and he's got to dodge the seismic shove, but they're not even going to use it. Just going to put a bunch of damage in. Keen, very low, but he does avoid that last turret shot. So Chovy at least able to make something happen on the top side of the map.
Yeah, it'll be him who picks up the kill, so he'll be enjoying the extra gold from that. A nice answer back on the top side, but still B&K FairX pulling a little bit ahead. And it'll be Vickle who answers the plate that Chovy picked up mid as well when he was moving to the bot side for that previous play. See the replay here. So the TP's coming in, and they have vision of mid and top, so they know that it's Duro. And they just immediately stun him, even though he ults, not enough to get the weight, and this fourth shot that comes in from Diablo to secure it is great. And then Canyon is just, you know, you're playing Vi, you're stuck in the mixer against all these picks with so much CC, you can't get out. And here, this situation with Clear doesn't have any real tools to escape. Does nearly take out Keen with the help of the turret, but just not quite enough there, unfortunately. And now, Keen has his one-item spike with that Titanic Hydra, and Clear not quite able to finish off the Eclipse, unfortunately. Feeling pretty bad about that one, especially as it's such a big one-item spike for the Ambessa. Even didn't go for an Executioner's call, and we often see into the Rek'Sai. We see our top laners finishing Executioners just to try and trim off some of the healing, but he's like, no, I need my one-item spike, I'm already behind, but still not able to finish it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
We'll see if he can get there. I like that Raptor.
Okay, hasn't enough.
They invaded the red. They were able to get aggressive with this Pantheon, and he's able to get in there again, steal the Raptors away. He is Raptor, and he oftentimes does steal the Raptors, funnily enough. And he's going to do it again here.
Oh,
I
thought Duro nearly stole that.
It was very close. It was on 21, but Duro not able to Gleaming Quill it down. As this is going to be second Dragon here for Gen G. They also got all 3 Void Grubs, so even though the fight went BNK's way, objective wins going heavily towards Gen G, and it's a Cloud Soul.
Oh, Cloud Soul for this team is pretty crazy. Just being able to pick up the 2 dragons without any real contest coming out from BNK FearX. No setup, not really getting in position. They'll get a little bit of gold for Clear on the top side to make up in that matchup, but yeah, not doing the groundwork to set up. And now 2 dragons in pocket for Gen G. As you said, the Void Grubs as well. They've had the objective lockdown so far. And yeah, I mean, Rakan is crazy with a Cloud Soul. But just in general, the movement speed, Rek'Sai feels really good with it. I feel like this champion is often, you know, gated by just being able to reach whoever you're chasing to get the knockup.
Yeah, I think Rek'Sai, who has more mobility than she already does, is just going to be a huge menace. And we'll see if they can pick up those dragons. BNK, there's still an opportunity for them with their slight gold lead and their ability to take these fights with the Pantheon to, you know, try to get a gold lead, use that to get a bunch of Cloud Drakes, and then essentially say, okay, you got the Void Grubs, but whatever. We got a bunch of Cloud Drakes, and Cloud Soul also pretty good for them. Not amazing, but definitely very strong still, as we do have Vi up here in the top lane. They're just bullying Clear, who's going to try to taxi with the ult, but the chains come down, and he just disappears, pops like a balloon. It's a second kill here onto Clear, and they're going to do a bunch of damage to that turret as well.
Yep, going for the swap. Quest completed. Herald spawned in a couple of minutes, end up swapping that bot lane up to top and finding this play onto Clear. And now just able to pick up the turret as well with the help of those Void Grubs. Really nice setup. Baiting the ult from Clear with the Vial, and then Ruler just is there to clean up. And now that lead in the top lane is pretty massive. And honestly, I know they have decent damage from the Azir, but if Ambessa's behind and you're relying on a Jhin as well to kill a Rek'Sai, a fed Rek'Sai, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, definitely will. This is pretty straightforward, you know. He has his flash, but there's no way to get away from a Vi who presses R onto you, and a Rek'Sai who does the same thing, and a Varus who's right there and has supreme range, so he doesn't even bother to flash.
Yeah, I think as well, he went for the dash, and Rula kind of aimed the ult between where he was and where he was dashing, and the hitbox is big enough that he just made sure he was guaranteed to hit. So now a huge gold lead in the top side. And Keen very strong, and I think that feels so bad for Clear because you've gone this Eclipse, this item that syncs so well with Ambessa. You should be so strong, and you're behind compared to the Rek'Sai. And Rek'Sai, I feel like it kind of similar to how I've talked about Pantheon, is one of those picks where in my mind I'm like, this pick gets outscaled, this pick falls off later. But we've seen Rek'Sai be kind of being on a tear in the later stages of the game, and just be a menace. You know, you get further in the game, your knockups have value in team fights, you're actually really hard to kill. not nearly as useless as you would think on paper, because
Yeah.
the Rek'Sai are old. You know, you think of it as like, okay, you have early jungle ganking pressure, and then you're a Rek'Sai, but she's actually quite hard to take down if you don't have the damage.
Yeah, I think especially because she doesn't seem to lose many lanes oftentimes. She just has so much sustain. She's able to farm up very easily. And, you know, you can just soak so much damage, so you never really get pushed out of lane. You get ahead in levels, you get ahead in items, and then inevitably you're going to have an impact in the later stages of the game if you're very far ahead. So it does feel like she's got a lot going for her nowadays, and Keen has absolutely identified that. And he's going to be very important in this game for the team. Rift Herald is going to go over to Genji as well. So
That's 4 in a row.
they have everything.
Yeah, Dragon in a minute, which I think BNK4X really need to make sure they contest, and ideally secure. At some point, you need to get objectives. I mean, technically you don't. You could just get the Nexus, but it's...
Just kill enemy champions.
I don't think we've seen games where teams have won by doing that, you know? I haven't checked the stats, but I think most League of Legends games, you don't win by forgoing every neutral objective and just taking the Nexus.
Yeah.
Yeah, just had Kellen finish his role quest. That's now all of them done. And do see this time BNK4X starting to set up for the Dragon. We see some vision, some wards in Genji's red side jungle. We also see the Scuttle Crab secured, so getting some setup there. Duro has finished his Mikhails already. So able to cleanse some CC. You know, the Pantheon Stun or the Wall Slam from the Poppy.
Or the Jhin.
True.
Which can sometimes be very annoying, especially if you're trying to run away and you get rooted up and then the curtains get opened. Now BNK, they're going to start up this Dragon. They're certainly staking their claim on this objective. I just wonder what happens if we go 5v5, which it does look like inevitably we will if Clear goes down, but actually BNK just going to back away for now. We do have Clear backing off the wave, and of course this Rift Herald's coming in towards mid lane. As Diablo doesn't seem to care. Did he not notice? I'm not sure. Okay, very nice ult away, but he's still going to die. And now the Pantheon ult comes in as well as the TP. BNK really hard forcing this one. And it's not going to go their way. So they use the TP, and now they're down in AD carry, so they can't even contest the Drake.
Yeah, that was such a weird play from Diablo. I don't know what was going through his head, because he saw the Herald coming with a Vi inside, and it just felt like it didn't register.
Yeah.
He just kind of stood there. And we all knew what was going to happen, right? You know?
All of us except Diablo.
We all watching, we're like, Vi's coming. Guys, the wave is not that important. At least be near your tower. And he's like, no, I need to clear the wave.
He got the CS, though.
He did.
Kellen tried his best. He found Mama, and it didn't matter.
And then the TP comes in so deep. I'm like, well, you can't stay there to fight. That is such a deep TP, so immediately Clear has to disengage. And then I'm like, okay. You know, BNK4X, they did the setup. They had the vision there in time. They had to back away because of the Herald. But everything that came after was so confusing.
Yeah.
So, well, they found Duro.
Duro kind of taking a similar thought and saying, well, I have to clear this ward 100%. He's just going to get shot there as he dives over to Canyon. And,
yeah. I think he was trying to... He used his E-charge again because he was trying to dodge Raptor's spear, potentially, or avoid him. And then it looked like Diablo kind of predicted it with the fourth shot.
Yeah.
So, caught him there. Wall comes into zone, Helen and Raptor away.
It's a very strange last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to make of it. Maybe our players are a little bit nervous.
The main takeaway we can have is that Genji have a goal lead and a significant objective lead right now. That wall slam very close to hitting but doesn't. But then Duro is like, no, 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 I'm still killing the ward. In fairness to him, he didn't actually have vision. And sometimes supports just do this. You know, the enemy support jumps on you, you're like, I see what your plan is. You want me to think your whole team is backing you up. They were backing him up.
This time.
Yeah. But the thing is, we'll focus on that moment because Duro died, but I guarantee there'll be 3 or 4 other times in this game where that exact same thing happened and Kellen didn't have a team backing him up.
Yeah.
And so it's just a mind game. And Duro's like, this time I'm killing the control ward, you can't stop. And the team was there. So, you know, sometimes you learn the lesson the hard way.
And it's for Khan too, where you feel so safe, right? But I think especially into Poppy, sometimes you got to give the Poppy the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, and we have the Rocket Belt Azir coming out. I saw this last night in the LEC. I think it was Jojo who went it. I'm not sure where this originated. I know Chovy's been loving Rocket Belt on a lot of champions. But you know, if you're trying to farm TikTok clips, this is like, you know,
It's perfect. Yeah.
this is perfect. You think of the moves you can do with this. All right, you know, it's giving you a lot of stats that you like, right? The AP, the health, the ability haste. But that extra dash, we'll see what Vicla's going to be able to do with it. Can it allow him to get a divide a little bit deeper? Is it going to allow him to get out after he goes for a divide? Will Diablo get out?
Well, he's got his flash this time, and it just doesn't matter. He still dies. This is kind of like a repeat of what we saw last time, including the TPs coming in. This time it's Vikla, though, going to throw the Rakan in, and it kind of just gets Raptor killed as Clear's here, but the flash on in from Keen. They want to take out Vikla, who tries to utilize the walk strategy and just dies instead. And it's only Clear left alive as the knockback comes in, and Chovy is just not missing these. And that's just an ace from Gen.G.
Yeah,
like that.
They just dive in super clean. I think Diablo thinking maybe he should have bought Rocket Belt in this situation. Even see the seismic shove, predicting the flash, but Diablo doesn't flash over the wall, gets knocked back, gets destroyed. Helen doesn't get the steadfast presence down in time, but clears there to kill Canyon. Raptor gets demolished, and then you think, okay, 2 for 2, not so bad. This Fed Rek'Sai slides in and just one-shots Vikla. So apparently even Rocket Belt's not enough to save you.
Yeah.
And then here, Chovy again with the seismic
Jovi. Joseph V.
Joseph V with the seismic shove.
We have Peter, and now we have Joseph as well.
Joseph V with the seismic shove does find Clear.
I think that might be the lid on this game, Hawks. Because
this game feels over. You know,
every objective has gone to Gen.G.
That's the thing. They have a huge gold lead, but they also already had all the objectives.
Yeah.
So,
and now it's 20 seconds to Cloud Drake, but you're 5,000, 6,000 gold behind.
They didn't win that fight because they had all the objectives, but because they won that fight and they have all the objectives, that's why they win the game. Oh.
All right, well, they're trying to get Joseph here. Let's see if they can actually get him to knock into the wall, and that will be the kill going over to Raptor as they take down Chovy down there in the bottom lane. So that's one way to open up an objective for you.
Yeah, Clear's like, I kind of want to be here, but I'm not sure about it. And he makes the right call to back off. And now they are... Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Gen.G are still very far ahead.
Clear is TPing in now. Raptor's a little low. Keen is scary. They are threatening the engage.
I don't know if they have enough damage to take out Keen as... the spike is early, and... Yeah, Raptors is going to take that one down. Got pretty close as we do have the engage coming in from B&K. And even down all of this gold with the member advantage. They will be looking for the win in this fight as Keen says, I'm immortal, right? And I think we're going to test that here as eventually he will be going down. That's another shutdown going to Raptor, who's now 2,000 gold ahead.
You know what it was, Brendan? I knew B&K Ferrex going to win this fight as soon as you said the game was done.
There's a little caster curse, you know. Got to get them in early, make this an interesting series.
Yeah, so they find this pick on a Joseph V, and then in the setup for this fight, it's a crazy Dragon Secure. Goes down to 1 HP, and Raptor gets it. And then here, they don't have the Talia peel. They're not really able to engage into this composition because of the peel, and it's B&K Ferrex diving forwards with the Jhin. And you're kind of seeing the value here. Keen tries to disrupt to the backline, but Kellen is kind of just sitting there saying, my champion stops your champion from doing what you want to do. And it's very correct, very powerful.
R5 Poppy.
Yeah.
Huge value so far.
And we went from a 5,500 gold lead to 1,000. So a big swing back, you can see on that gold graph, kind of crazy.
Denial of the Cloud Soul as well.
Yeah, that's the thing is that Gen.G have gotten all those objectives, but I mean, the 3 dragons don't really actually amount to much until you convert it to the soul. So BNK FearX, they were just waiting for Brendan to say the game's over. And as soon as he said that, they were like, we're going to ruin this guy's whole day.
I mean, they have kind of made a career for themselves here on subverting expectations, right? And I think they've done a very good job of that so far in this LCK Cup. And, you know, we weren't sure 100% what to expect from BNK this year, but I think, you know, you keep the whole roster together. Everybody seems to be improving over time. You can only find success from that. Still, you know, it's not an undone deal. It doesn't mean that BNK are going to win this game or anything, but they've definitely put themselves back into a playable state.
Yeah, and we said we like their composition, right? Yeah. It is still obviously going to come down to execution, right? And they fell really far behind. That's when it felt like the game was in a bad spot. But, speaking of being behind.
Pantheon, though, I don't know. He's got his shield up, and they don't have the damage with only Talia, but now eventually when the Vi comes over, they will finally get the GA out of Raptor. As after the fact, though, they're able to take him down. So nicely done here from Gen G. They do take out the Pantheon. Clears in mid lane, so it's all go buttons here for the side of BNK as the knockback comes in, and the chains find Diablo at max range, and that'll be the end of him, and maybe the end of this Baron as well.
The fact that Raptor survives for so long, buys so much time, kind of makes you think maybe BNK FearX is turning this around, but they're just not in position to actually make something from it. And when Gen G are the ones charging forward, selecting targets, taking them out, you see how much better their composition feels here. Chovy's setting a trap. And he's pinging out. He sees Raptor. He's like, guys, come, we can find this. Raptor loses a lot of his health in the offset. Gets flipped, gets charmed. Kellen with a good ult keeps Ruler away. But unfortunately, you know, they don't have their top laner here. Diablo and Vikla joining late. Raptor's already dead. And then here, they make the play to commit even further. And they commit a lot of resources. Chovy flashes. Ruler also flashes. But they know if they get this kill, it's Baron. So they commit a lot of resources to this play. They end up securing the Baron. They have a gold lead again. And now they're trying to choke BNK FearX off the map and see if they can secure that Cloud Soul finally.
Well, that's flash down for Kellen, and he doesn't have Hex Flash. So yeah, just a fluke. Say Gen G, they say, okay, we lost Chovy, we lost the dragon in the fight. That's fine. We're just going to kill you and make the game unwinnable for you now, after this fight. As they get the Baron, they have the Baron push into the Cloud Soul. As you see BNK trying to move over here, but it's respected from Gen G.
It was nearly a really good angle. Again, Chovy and Ruler Bin both have flashes. You find a flank and get on top of these carries. That's what you want. I feel like you've seen from the fights that have gone well for these teams, the big gold swing back for BNK FearX, that last fight. The team that's aggressing and charging forwards is tending to do better. The one who gets their setup, but they're not able to find the angle. Gen G wards some way, backs off, and now both teams just posturing for this dragon in 10 seconds.
You can see Keen charging down the mid lane and just trying to make his presence felt. They want to try to challenge the Banana Brush.
Oh, they're going.
Okay, they're just going to pull the trigger here, looking for Ruler. It looks like he still doesn't have his flash. The flash on in the sun, and they get Ruler. The Varus is gone, but take a look at Diablo. He's able to flash over the wall. He used it against Chovy, kinda. As now Canyon's going deep just to take out Diablo, but they can't quite do it. The exhaust comes out, and he will be surviving for now. As Chovy trying to do damage on the right side, not doing so, but there's the knockup onto the Pantheon. A knockback from Chovy, but still Kellen lives, still Raptor lives. And eventually Keen will get the job done.
Oh,
but Vikla going crazy mode is going to take out Duro, and now Keen, he says, I am the true carry of this game, picks up the triple, and will get this Cloud Soul.
Well, I can confirm Keen is feeling much better right now. Ruler goes down, eventually Chovy goes down, but they still have another carry ready and available. Kellen has smite, yes. Yeah. So Keen's like, I'm not going to finish this dragon. This gets a little bit awkward. He needs someone to secure this for him. There's a Varus coming over. A Varus can do a pretty good job of either killing Kellen from a distance or of just securing the dragon.
This is such a Kellen moment.
Okay, yeah.
Like, this is something that would only happen to Kellen.
Yeah, okay, so Cloud Soul secured, which is a pretty big boon for Gen G. and they get the fight win, but this was a crazy one. BNK make the right call. They see Ruler get slightly split off, and immediately like, we gotta kill him. No flash, he's the target. Raptor jumps in, and you see Duro tries to move and peel, but can't. And Genji are like, fine, 80 carry for 80 carry, we're taking out Diablo 2, but somehow Diablo survives for so long in this situation. It's a dragon! The dragon knocks him out of the Rakan knockup, and he gets to reposition for longer. Survives more time, but then this seismic shove from Chovy is massive in the pit. And you think the Genji might have it there, but Vikla goes huge as well. Takes out 2 more members. Unfortunately though, this is that late game Rek'Sai. Somehow just...
Level 18.
Yeah, he can just survive so long in these situations, heals up so much over the extended fight.
아, 뭐 안 될 것 같은데 이제.
So I don't think I can get this, guys. He was right, and he was grinning from ear to ear the entire time. So, Cloud Cell goes to Genji, and now we're going to have this Baron in a minute 40, minute 30 here. But it looks like Genji want to pull the trigger first, as they're looking for Raptor here, who does not have his flash, used it to take out Ruler. And now Duro's going to go pretty deep just to keep them occupied, while the GA is running out here. They take down Raptor, as now Kellen just going to throw up a fist, and he doesn't have his flash, so he's just dead. Remember, he used his flash kind of willy-nilly earlier on. So that's going to be the end of Kellen and Raptor. One good thing for BNK is that they can't run to Baron, but they'll look to push down mid instead.
Yeah, it's hard to clear these waves, so they still have the Vial, the Varasol available, and as a result, it's really hard to step up. They might even look for the end.
Trying to poke down Vikla here. Keen is going deep for this one as the sweep comes in, and the ult from Canyon, they're going so deep to take him out, and they will be able to do so, as they also get clear. Only Diablo lives just barely. At the end of the day, it is just him. Flash on in from Chovy just to deny the curtains, and Kellen does respawn just to witness the Nexus that will eventually fall if Genji do attack it, which it looks like they will do now. Genji, bit of a roller coaster ride in this first game, but they get right back on the horse and they take it down as we expected. And an excellent performance from Keen, especially on the top Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I think Keen obviously having some a great performance there, a good bounce back from last series. Chovy with some great seismic shoves. This was Genji looking pretty good overall, but BNK still finding windows to answer back. I think the objective control needs work. There was too many examples of people just randomly getting picked, but I think it gave us an indication that this series can be competitive. You know, they were, as was alluded to before the series, as a team, they can go toe-to-toe with Genji. It's just Genji are crisper, are cleaner, and aren't making as many mistakes. You see the sort of variance in the goal graph, how it happened over the course of the game. But, you know, close isn't going to get you a game win. And I think BNK have some issues to shore up if they're going to be able to get a Nexus kill. And the thing is, they did use a lot of really great picks for themselves. The fact that they lose like the Pantheon and the Azir feels bad, but still a performance you can't really be too upset about. Just a lot of things to go over before game 2.
Well, at least Diablo doesn't have to play Jhin again. Not necessarily a Diablo champion, and he'll be on something more Diablo next time, hopefully. It's 1-0 for Genji. We'll be right back.
괜찮으면 궁풀각 같은 거 볼게.
야, 아지한테 이 한번 달아갈게.
야 아지한테 공부 생각할게. 나 안배사만 본다.
아지 잡았고.
안배사.
못 잡을 듯.
저게 안 죽어?
궁이 너무 아쉽다.
네 나도. 야 살릴 사람. 형 안 죽어? 오케이. 줄타기를 너무 못 탔다. 괜찮아, 나 전혀 못 탔어. 까비. 나는 억울한데?
탑에서 가야 돼.
لست بآثم إن وزر هذا العالم ليس لك وحدك لست بآثم لست بآثم
welcome to the space here in Tujik Law Park. Game number 1 goes the way of Gen G in our upper bracket finals. I guess it is upper bracket. I guess upper bracket round 3. Degon here alongside Wadid and Wolf, and joining us is stalwart of the bot lane across LoL Esports. Started his career Zenix Storm, then spent time over at KT, and then a long time bot laner and coach over in the LCS. Arrow joins us here in the space. Welcome. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, super excited to have you here. And
Egon, you didn't mention that he was specifically on KT Rollster Arrows.
Yes.
He was the arrow on KT Rollster Arrows. Come on, you gotta give him credit for that. They named the team after him.
For me, yeah. There was a
It would have been really awkward if he was on the bullets.
I mean, yes, that would have been awkward, but I got Zenix Storms in there, right? We know our audience. Our audience remembers that. Arrow, welcome as we break down 2 of these great bot laners and 2 of the best teams in the LCK as we kick off with the drafts, because we had some unique stuff here that left things open. Power picks for 1, 2, and 3 would it?
Yeah, I think many picks were really open, and I think it was kind of normal that you just pick Varus first. And for me, it was kind of telegraphed. You know, it's really easy follow with the Pantheon Azir, but the issue with it is that you don't really win with it, because now the Azir win rate is really low. It's really hard to make the play with it, and I felt really great about the Poppy counter pick at last, because you kind of block all the dashes from the enemy team, but you know, it didn't work out that well. So like Arrow had the idea about it, but yeah, you can tell us.
Well, I just wanted to mention briefly as well in this draft, like they had the self-sufficient Varus in the bottom lane, and then they played through the Rek'Sai top side. So King gets Rumble, Gwen, and Renekton banned, and they just pull out the Rek'Sai, and they're like, yeah, we'll just play through this. Doesn't even matter. So they put so much attention into Keen. He still ends up being the biggest one on the Rift.
Yeah, Arrow, you thought maybe there was something else they could have gone with in the mid lane?
Oh yeah, I mean, I thought they would go for the Vitalia as a like 2-3, yeah. Kinda looks like it. So why not just, in my head, if you pick the Ryze, I think Ryze is tanky and he has damage and he's like kinda matching the Talia's roaming time or whatever. So like both has a global ultimate.
Yeah.
So I thought Pantheon and Ryze could be a combo. But I don't know any teams tried it. I think I saw somewhere, but yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't the case here. The Azir ends up being the pick as we dive into the story of the game. And it was a clear focus onto the top side of the map for Gen G.
Yeah, I think this is the reason why Arrow mentioned about the Ryze, because Talia, Vi together is just so proactive on the map. So even though, yes, Azir as a value pick is such a high DPM and good late game value, but again, you know, Talia is just gonna run around the map and snowball, and this is what happens on the top lane. You, Keen, already have a good matchup into Ambessa, but again, getting helped by Varus and Talia, Vi over the time and once again, and like it's just a terrible moment for him.
You kind of mentioned you thought that this probably should have been a little bit more known by BNK, that the Varus was going up there. Probably should have been communicated by Diablo.
Yeah, you could have guessed a little bit, because Varus TP'd for like a minute ago, or his condition was great in ball lane, but then he just based in front of the Jhin, or he didn't show on the Cannon Wave Slash. But Jhin also didn't have to base as well, and they had an insane ball lane vision because Kellen just put the ward. Yeah. So I thought he just kept pushing. He could have forced Varus to just come bot, otherwise you would lose turret. Because I think it's either Diablo or Ruler already made that play in a previous series. I don't know which one was it, but I remember I watched it today.
Yeah, it was the swap on the top side. I think it was Diablo. Yes. And then, you know, you're talking about not communicating. Well, it felt like no one was communicating to Diablo. Hey, there's a Herald coming to you in mid lane in this chaotic second Drake.
Well, BNK are both like not set up for this dragon, but they still want to try to make something happen off of this play, and they just concede control entirely when this Rift Herald gets dropped, but Diablo's not 100% sure what to do, and there's just absolutely no punish on this Vi whatsoever, and then he not charge, but gets the free setup here on the Diablo. Kellen tries to bail him out, but not only were they not set up for the dragon, they were not set up for a punish on this Herald, they just got completely caught off guard by the play.
It was a little chaotic, and you've said Diablo's a player that likes to play on the edge here. This time he gets punished.
Yeah, he's the type of guy edge of like playing on edge very well, but this time he made a mistake, or maybe he thought Poppy should flash W, that Rakan's RW combo, whatever, but I think he should just flash the Rakan's RW combo.
Yeah, and then finally, you're kind of wondering, okay, you got priority on the top, priority on the bottom. how did this happen? And thankfully, we've got two pro bot laners here to explain priority in a missed moment early on in the game, 4 minutes in.
So yeah, the game was going great for BNK because they had the good matchup on the bot lane. And I think this is the moment where they should just base for 2 longswords. You can see he had enough gold to just base and buy some items. But right now, he decides to just stay in lane. And I think that made them in a really bad situation because the reason why you pick Jhin and Poppy together is to keep up the priority on the bot lane so you can actually have the vision control for the Drake. But what happens next is the worst scenario for them as well, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not guaranteed. Of course, it's not guaranteed if you base and come back and if you're gonna win the fight the Drake. But I think like it will make a higher chance to win that fight as well. Of course, the ruler had the TP. He could push base and TP and ready to fight the Drake as well. But why don't you just use spend your 700 gold?
You just can't do anything with this Cole Doran's blade right now in these types of trades. You stayed to try to, keep the lane interesting and try to keep them occupied, but you end up losing out on prio. You back anyways, and now the Dragon is just given over here for free to Gen G. If they had taken that back timing, I think there was definitely a contest opportunity, but instead they just gave it up.
So this is why the game felt a little weird because even though they had the early pressure in like most of the lanes, like they couldn't really stack the Drake. And we all know stacking Drake in this meta is just most important thing ever in the Rift right now.
You're Mr. Drake stacking in this meta. Wadid gets mad if you don't stack the Drakes. As BNK FairX learned that the hard way. Also, gotta remember, gotta talk to each other. That was a very uncharacteristic mistake by Diablo. Let's see if he's able to clean it up here in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Spacers, all of you, as Genrangi has entered the TGG Ballpark. And I'm just so happy that he's here. It looks like maybe they didn't want to have both mascots out at the same time. Lest a fight break out,
Yeah,
so
I would assume they would just automatically start fighting, Got to keep them separate. Maybe if they walk past each other in the corridor, they just immediately start squaring up and they've got to break them apart. I can only assume, right? They only allow them to fight when it's over the right phase selection.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
This sign says that Genrangi is more cute than Nex. I do like the jumping. I do think the jumping is good.
Oh, it's great.
The utility is
honestly
king killing.
The mascot meta is peak.
Enchanters. Not utility.
Okay, FairX going for second pick again. Still a lot of power picks open and available. They talked about it a bit on the space. There was a lot of power picks open in the first game. There's going to be a lot open still. I mean, a lot were taken up, but I think a lot that were specifically picks BNK FairX felt really good about. That they were used up. The fact that Pantheon Azira's gone. Picks that Raptor and Vikla definitely love getting their hands on. So we'll see how this draft ends up developing. I do think that obviously as the series goes on, second pick's going to feel even better. I mean, they're already prioritizing it now, but one of the big issues early in the series often with second pick is you're having to ban so many things, like the Rumble, like the Varus. Varus is already gone and wasn't banned game 1. And we're going to see more and more things get filtered out as the series goes on. When you're going to come through, so Bard not getting banned second this time. It was Orianna that was banned here by Gen G last time around. Do they try and get their hands on that? There's Orianna and Ryze are kind of the big mid laners are open and available.
Yeah, a lot of discussion here for Chovy, who is taking the reins on the ban.
I feel like Chovy and Gen G in general, they put a lot of priority in the last series on securing mid laners for Chovy, especially game 3 and 4, first picking mids for Chovy, getting the Ryze, getting the Aurora, and really trying to ensure he gets a pick he's good on. So we get Orianna and Ryze taken out, those two bans traded. We'll see what ends up getting picked up here. The Bard wasn't banned, but don't really necessarily expect it to be first picked in this situation. It is going to be the Aurora though, so still Gen G really high priority in securing picks for Chovy. And yes, this could be a flex, right? I think that's why there's a value of taking the first pick. You can flex to Keen. Keen was one of our best Aurora tops when the champion first came out. But Chovy had that game, we all remember it. A lot of damage.
Yeah,
quite a lot of damage.
1760 DPM.
Yeah, so
like about 80k damage.
yeah, a pick he's very comfortable on, and we'll see what BNK4X want to respond with. Initially going with the Xin Zhao, and then the Lucian. Lucian, a pick that's been banned a ton in the LCK Cup playoffs. Not often banned in the first rotation, but often banned second rotation. So Devil taking the window to get it here. And instantly looks like Gen G going to go for Ashe Seraphine to respond. You want to take a short range AD carry, we will answer. And now I think you're kind of forced. It's either Milio or Nami, but you have to kind of secure it here. Milio obviously has the cleanse effect from the ult, which is useful into the ults from the Ashe Seraphine, but I think no matter what, you're going to kind of get bullied out a bit. You have some sustain, right? As does the Nami, and it looks like Kellen is toying with those two options.
Yeah.
I think Nami has more sustain, so maybe lane's going to be a little less bad. But I think Milio, the ult value into the ults that the Gen G bot lane have, feels a lot better.
Get the extra range so you can actually fight back a little bit.
Yeah, but I think it's not going to be a fun lane regardless.
No.
Ashe Seraphine's super strong. But at least you have that ult power, and regardless, you have an Enchanter synced up with Xin Zhao, so in isolation, what BNK4X has is nice. Just unfortunately, Ashe Seraphine, very difficult to deal with. And immediately the Mundo ban comes through, which is something that makes sense, because we've seen Ashe Seraphine Mundo. You have just this sort of death ball composition that runs forward, buffering up the Mundo to charge you down.
Yeah, we did see Aatrox with this yesterday because Mundo wasn't available. Something they could consider for Canyon. Doesn't have to be that, but would offer you some AD from the jungle if that's the way you want it to go. Mel going to be banned away, so I don't want to deal with that champion. We see it banned every so often, even though it doesn't get picked that often.
Yeah, interesting to see the Mel ban, because this is after the changes to Mel.
Yeah.
But I guess a lot of ults that, if you reflect, get crazy value. Jarvan going to get banned here in this situation. I think, honestly, something like a Jax has a lot of value with this composition for Gen G. You know, into Xin Zhao, really strong, into Lucian, really strong, into this short range composition, and gets buffed up well. I think when you have like this Enchanter like Seraphine, you want like sort of bruisers you can sort of buff up and make them feel immortal. Chef going to come through as a ban. You know, that extended range with the Milio, problematic. And then the Scion comes through, which, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of in this situation. The blind Scion.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know whether it's mid or top Aurora, but I think just throwing the Scion down, and then you have this short range composition. Lucian's your only carry so far, but you already in a bad matchup.
And they can deal with the Xin Zhao pretty easily with the Jax. They're considering the Wukong instead.
Yeah, Wukong with this composition, you have so much engaged threat. It's going to be so hard for Lucian to play the game. So much threat here. And so much setup for the Seraphine ult as well. Gen G toying with some options for the top lane.
Yeah, it looks like they want a beefy frontliner that has a good laning phase into Scion. That can kind of be the Mundo of the comp. And it's just going to be Zahid.
Yeah, so going with Bruisers in the top jungle. And honestly, if you have a Zahid and a Wukong coming at you with Seraphine buffering them up, you know, you have Ashe arrows flying, Seraphine ults flying, there's Chovy on the flank somewhere playing Aurora. It's so difficult to see this composition, you know, surviving against that. And they end up going for the Ahri. I'm not feeling it for BNK4X.
Yeah, this draft compared to game one is like a rough look.
Yeah, because the thing with the Ahri as well, you need momentum, but where are you getting that momentum? Because your comp doesn't have that much damage, and the targets on the front line are the Zehen, who inherently you don't get momentum from because he revives, and a Wukong who's a slippery target, and they're being buffed by the Seraphine. So unless BNK4X manage to find the lead and snowball, or find picks at the start of the fight onto Ashe Seraphine, I think it's going to be really difficult. And I don't think inherently they're going to find an early lead because they have a blind Scion into Zahen, and Keen's been playing really well.
They're playing an Ashe Seraphine.
Ashe Seraphine bot lane, and Chovy's Aurora, which has been really intimidating. So I think compared to game one, I think BNK Firex's chances just took a bit of a nosedive. But obviously, drafters and everything, we'll see how they play it out. But I think Gen G definitely have a lot of tools in their hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, in their multiple hands. And yeah, looks very comfortable here on the side of Gen G. The comp has an identity. You're winning a lot of the lanes, which is very important nowadays. Some comfort for sure for BNK. You know, Ahri, Lucian, and Zhao for those three players feels very nice, but we'll see if they can put 2 and 2 together here in game number 2. Here we go, game 2. Chovy walking forward into them is going to flash and get away.
I mean, honestly,
he's got a good emote at least with the Capybara.
This is a great way for BNK Firx to at least get some bit of an early lead. So Chovy started W as well. Not great for lane, but Vikla did start Charm. So it's neither of them having the ideal starting skill in this situation. Diablo also started Relentless Pursuit, but his lane was fried anyway. So
yeah, doesn't really matter what he takes.
No, but it definitely doesn't help. But now Chovy really low on health already in this lane. He does have TP though, so I think he's just trying to find an angle to push the wave in and then maybe get a reset off. Does now have an actual ability that does damage, but not being able to combo with his E feels a bit bad.
Yeah.
And even though he's not getting hugely pressured yet, I say.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
It's a nice little electrocute proc.
Until that point, he wasn't getting hugely pressured. He's also missing out on his own pressure. And speaking of pressure, this is the bot lane matchup.
Yeah. It's a big pressure-focused game, especially early on. But then, you know, both sides do have threats if you get ahead. Specifically for BNK will be the Charm. But on the side of Gen G, they do have a lot of options with Ashe, Seraphine, Wukong, and even the Aurora to be very annoying.
Okay.
Start off fights with Burst.
Chovy got his TP back in, picked up a refillable and a control ward, so he is okay.
Chilling.
Not a great start, but not going to be too consequential, you wouldn't think. You know, normally we spend a lot of time looking at bot lane, not so much time looking at top lane. I think for the sake of BNK Firex's bot lane, we should just look top. You know, this is not going to be pretty. This is just going to be brutal. Yeah, we can watch the junglers clear. That's... Oh, no.
Yeah, well...
I mean, to be fair, they're not...
I'd like to continue watching mid lane, honestly.
Yeah, that's been fun. Vikla doing pretty well. Oh, Canyon may have found something.
I mean... Are they really going to be able to fight the Ashe Seraphine in the river? I mean, maybe because of Xinjiao.
They're actually pretty healthy, all things considered.
Yeah, you can see the knockaway here on Akani. He's going to use that clone, so he just has to back. He's going to be backing on a ward. Could actually be interrupted by Kellen. Will be very annoying, and potential for double scuttle to come through.
I think
Raptor.
Diablo and Kellen have given a lot of space to Ruler and Duro, and have kind of played around Kellen's cooldowns well. They actually have not taken a ton of damage in the early lane. I mean, also, it's Amelia, right? You do have a decent amount of sustain. We've seen other lanes go a lot worse than this. But so far, you know, it's not completely cooked. It's just they're not having a fun time. They're surviving.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, keeping up kind of in farm so far is Diablo. He is going to be behind inherently, but at least he's not falling hugely behind yet.
Okay, when the
ability's missing too.
Yeah, when those miss, anytime that happens, it's such a positive, right? Because there's two aspects to this combo. That's less good. And Kellen is out of mana.
He did do some damage to Ruler.
Yeah, there's the undodgeable and the dodgeable components, right? Obviously, Ashe auto attacks and the empowered Seraphine auto attacks are undodgeable, but all the abilities you dodge is going to make a big difference to the pressure. but eventually they will just chip you down. Kellen runs out of mana, you burn through those resources, health potions are down, you're going to start missing more and more farm, losing plates. But I think they're kind of doing as much as they can with the given situation.
Electrocute versus Electrocute. Fun to watch. And we do have Canyon here. Vikla is going to hit level 6, actually, and he gets a Spirit Rush. That's going to save him using his Flash.
Yep, much lower cooldown. But does mean you kind of need to push this wave in and get out, because if you just hit level 6, Chovy won't be too far away from it. And without your ult, definitely under a good amount of threat. Chovy obviously recoiling and TPing back in, missing some of the wave as well. It wasn't ideal TP timing. Does mean he's a little bit later to 6, but don't want to hang around too long there.
Raptor is going to be down here in the bottom side. They just pinged it with a back ping.
Great angle.
And Raptor can still go in here and trying to get some sums out, as we are going to have the Flash utilized by Ruler. Bunch of damage done to Diablo after the fact.
Yeah, refillable potion in pocket, so Diablo should be able to sustain up a decent amount of it. But it's still good to get that damage back when you are ganked in that situation. You burn sums, but you make them pay for it a little bit in the trade. And there's so much vision control on the bot side now. You know, you have control ward in that brush very aggressively. You have that ward in the river as well. It's BNK FearX making sure that they have the setup for these ganks and continue to put pressure on these immobile bot laners. So I think that's the only way you really disrupt this bot lane 2v2, especially because you went for the Milio. If you went for something aggressive in the bot lane 2v2, then you have more of a chance of independently finding an all-in, but you would have a much worse time. You wouldn't just be down like 10 CS. You'd probably be down a lot more, or you'd have found kills. But with a Milio Lucian, you're never really going to find kills independently. You're going to be able to weather the storm better, but you are relying on your jungler to come in to set up a gank and actually kill them. But now, Ruler being down Flash does set up a window. Maybe they can find an angle to go for that first dragon. I do think if they leave it late, though, it's going to be pretty difficult, because Ruler's about to get his ultimate. And once Ruler and Duro get both their ultimates, it's just so much power. Even though you have the Milio ultimate, which mitigates to a degree, I think Seraphine plus Ashe ultimate is just so much power in those skirmishes, in those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, if you make one mistake, even in the bottom lane, you're probably just going to end up burning a lot of stuff at the very least. So it's a lot of pressure, once again, where we've talked about a lot in this game. As we're taking a look at Diablo, who is down a level to Ruler right now. And, you know, down about 15, 20 CS-ish. We'll see what happens after he gets this wave. Looks like about 20. So the Ashe Seraphine is doing its job. The Zahan as well. We haven't really looked at top lane, but Keen is very good at punishing tanks, specifically Sion. He has not gone for first strike on Zahan, but he's still going to be able to punish, get ahead in CS, get a bunch of plates, and be a threat later on in the game.
I think that's the thing with bot lane matchups, is when you're playing the poke matchup, you think after you get your first back, you're like, oh, I can heal up, I can get sustain, it's going to be okay. But at this point of the game, Ruler has 3 points in his W, Duro's going to have 3 points in his Q. You get a lot more oomph behind those abilities, and Ruler got a BF sword, Duro got a tier, so Duro doesn't have any more mana issues, and Ruler is actually doing a lot more damage. So when that poke hits, it really starts to hurt. And you can see them taking a lot of pain, and that CS gap opening up significantly more. It's now 500 gold, the difference. And as you said as well, top lane. And these are the lanes that we've really talked about. When you get a significant CS lead, plate lead, it's top and bot. Those are the ones where advantages really come to fruition, and you want to try and open them up. Yeah. So for BNK FearX to be in the back foot there, with a composition that feels worse in 5v5s, it's worrying.
Yeah, BNK kind of find themselves in this draft hole where it's like, well, you really need to get ahead to do a lot with this composition, but you don't get ahead with this composition specifically into what Gen G have. So, you know, it's kind of like a lose-lose situation. That's part of why I was saying for BNK, it's like, you got such a great draft in game number 1. maybe you can catch Gen G off guard in game number 1. That's going to be your best opportunity. And I thought maybe they had it. Like, the early game was good. Their comeback was pretty nice as well around that dragon fight in game 1. But they lost. And inevitably, you know, that means a great draft essentially down the drain to a loss. And maybe you lose a little bit of confidence. It can be mentally taxing to then go into game number 2 with not the same draft up against a team like Gen G.
That's the annoying thing as well about playing into Ashe Seraphine, is Ruler's Flash is nearly up, but he just sent a hawk shot across the map and spotted Raptor. So if you wanted to gank while it was still down, he knows where you are. He obviously did just take Dragons, so that was a giveaway too, but that extra vision gives so much safety to this bot lane.
The rotation's coming pretty quickly.
That might be a timing, actually.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for Duro's flash at the very least. The arrow is good. The Encore catches both, but that's going to be the end of the Seraphine end! Ruler goes down! Even with the sums burned, the quick rotation here from BNK works out.
And this is Gen G falling for a trap that honestly they saw. They knew it was there. They saw the cheese, and yet they still reached for it and end up getting caught out. Ruler's Flash only just coming up. They had full vision, full information.
Yeah.
They knew where Raptor was, and Canyon was tracking him, but they just overstepped. Too confident in their laning and thinking, hey, Canyon knows where they are. They can't really stop Vikla from getting this route in here, and the follow-up was great. I think Duro also did everything he could with the abilities he has in his champion. It just wasn't enough. That's how bad their positioning was going into their play, and a much-needed set of kills for BNK FearX.
It's one of the ways to get this snowball rolling. This cannon should be just fine. But yeah, you get a couple of kills, you can see that they're still behind about 800 gold. That's kind of the way the lanes have been working. The kill does go over to Diablo. That's going to help him a lot in terms of trying to catch back up. And one of them does go over to Raptor, which is one of their best players. Certainly a player that even the coaching staff has not shied away from saying he's kind of the carry. Even though a lot of us are talking about Diablo nowadays, he's making the flashy 80 carry plays. Raptor's kind of their foundation as a team.
I think what's big as well is that Duro's down flash. I think for BNK FearX, you always want, ideally, right, either Ruler or Duro to be down flash, and then you start the fight opening on one of them, you blow them up quickly, you get a lot of value from that, and you get a reset for Vikla. You know, that can be your game plan to start fights with, because I think if both of them have their summoners available and they can play very defensively, it just makes it so much harder to approach. And the other targets on Gen G are a lot trickier, and they're just stepping up again. It's the same play. Hawkshot comes out, but is it too late?
This time the Ahri's a little bit later, and the arrow is going to hit Raptor from range, so...
Okay, some decent vision setup. They spot it a bit sooner, the pings come out, not falling for the same play twice. And I think if they had, could have been pretty devastating for Gen G, but in the return, Chovy gets a play. And red buff picked up by Canyon, it kind of shows the cost of that play and why you can't just always run bot every 2 seconds, because every time you do that, there is a tax that Gen G will make you pay.
Yeah. Diablo goes in here. It looks like a good trade initially, but then we're going to have the cleanse come through, and Ruler is quite low. And so, Diablo pretty low on mana himself, takes a bit of poke from Duro, who's full health, full mana, basically.
Yeah, doesn't have the Essence Reaver yet. Mana problems just kind of disappear for Lucian once you have the Essence Reaver, but ult has to be used by Kellen there to mitigate the CC. Ruler's ult is coming up. It's not too far away, because he obviously used that on Raptor, was the earliest ultimate used. And the sustain coming through from the Seraphine means you kind of have to back away. Do have the Dreammaker coming in. Kellen, Duro has his already. And they're just going to give up space in this turret, so this is going to be plates picked up.
Yeah. Just going to get the overgrowth and decide to back away as fast as possible. Even though they see that BNK are backing away, they're not going to overstay. And it's probably a good call, especially because Raptor did pick up that first dragon. We have the next one coming up in a minute, so you want to go back and buy. I like how our space Wadid was able to point out, you know, very specific back timings can totally change the way that fights and lanes play out. And so, you know, we get a little bit of that here as well.
One thing is that even though Ruler's ahead, he's just picked up Yuntal. I think he just picked it up now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so doesn't have it stacked yet. So you're not getting like the full value of the item, whereas the Essence Reaver is a really strong spike for the Lucian. Do have Echoes of Helia though for both supports. which is obviously a huge item. I feel like that spike is massive for both these champions. One thing though is that Chovy could be in trouble.
Yeah, he used a lot to try to get in and punish as the charm comes out. Vic
he
gonna
flashed
charm
out!
through, but Chovy just barely gonna go down.
A mistake from Chovy. Flashes out of the ult. I think the intent was to flash to the edge and then step out, but just flashes out, and that breaks the ultimate, doesn't let him flip to the other side, and results in him going down. Good play there. BNK finding the kills. The question is always just going to be, is it enough? But for now, they are looking towards this dragon.
You know, Chovy's off the map, he doesn't have TP, and he's not going to spawn here for 8 seconds. So for a moment in time, BNK will have a 4v3, as we are going to have the engage coming on in. Ruler already getting cullinged out, as Keen's going to be the one that TP's down, but so comes the Scion. But Diablo's just getting knocked up forever, not really able to do anything. Clear doing a good job of zoning away the bottom lane here, but Keen is just such a menace as Vikla goes over the wall. They're able to take out Ruler, but I just don't think they have damage to take out Keen pretty much ever in this game. We'll have to wait and see, without Diablo at least, as Clear's gonna be knocked back. Chovy finally does get here, as Clear also very tanky in his own right. The knockup goes in onto Duro, and Zombie Scion's gonna try to finish that off. Don't think he'll be able to. Trying to get on top of Canyon actually, but eventually they use abilities and get away.
Yeah, very messy fight, and honestly, went really well for Gen G, considering how it started with the fact that Chovy was down. I think they're going to be more than happy with how things panned out. I think Vikla not having ult, definitely a big factor in this one, and also he was a little bit late to the fight. He kind of backed away from the situation. BNK are going to be back first, so can set up this dragon here. And should just be able to take it. 2 dragons in pocket is a nice bonus. And if you are looking for a win con, that could definitely be it. But it's gold lead for Gen G still.
Yeah, and for BNK, you're hoping and praying that it's Hextech Soul here. You need that extra damage. It allows you to get much better pick potential as well with your Ahri and your Lucian. A lot of burst on top of it all. Just feels like, I mean, it's often the best option, but especially here, they would love that. It is going to be Mountain Soul, which you really don't want that to go over to Gen G. It's pretty good for BNK.
Yeah, it's
regardless.
It's decent. It's not the best because I feel like it doesn't fix your major issues with your composition.
Yeah,
but it's still really good, right? If the game goes super late, I think you're still gonna have issues with lacking damage. But I think if you get it early enough, it can be a big boon that can help you win. And now Raptor might have overstepped.
Yeah, you can see a bit baited into that one. The Grim Deliverance does come forward as Keen is trying to chase him down, is going to have the dash and the pullback, and that'll be the end of Raptor. Keen picks up a kill, and this Zahen, I mean, Keen was the guy in game 1. It looks like he's ramping up to be the guy in game 2.
It also just already just looks like when he walks around and fights, he just looks so hard to deal with. So hard to kill, so tanky, so hard to cut through. And that was when he wasn't even connected to the Seraphine, so when he's going to be getting buffed up, shielded, healed, I'm really concerned for how they cut through this Zahen. Canyon, though, I think they can cut through him.
He's going to Cyclone just to gain space.
Yeah, just managed to get away there.
He's stolen a lot of Raptor's jungle. His farm is kind of insane. And he has a couple of kills on top of it. Keen just going to get another turret here.
Yeah, maybe Canyon should rename to Red Buff at this point. If, you know, he's against Raptor.
Yeah. He stole Raptor's a couple of times.
Oh.
So he got revenge there.
There you go.
But also the red buff.
Decent gold lead now for Gen G. And I'm just worried for BNK FX. You know, they have found good angles. I think they've done what they can with their composition, but I still think the 5v5s are going to be really hard. Something I also want to mention is that Duro got that tier really early and is stacked already, so he is ready. That 2-item spike we always talk about, the Diadem and the Helia. Once that comes through, it's going to be very difficult to deal with Gen G. As if it isn't already.
And again, we've really hammered it home, but BNK don't really have a lot of good options to deal with all of the sustain, the healing, the shielding, and the bruiser tankiness of the Fed, Zahen, and Wukong.
I think one thing when you have like these heal and shield compositions, if you can kill one member really quickly, it just removes so much value. Because over the course of a long fight, you're healing everyone, you're shielding everyone. Every time Seraphine presses the buttons, it's just providing so much. If you can blow up Ruler, blow up Duro.
Trying to get on top of Canyon here. He is getting extremely low, but the Encore does come through. They're looking to turn it around with the Cyclone, but Raptor, he's not done yet. He flashes in, takes out Canyon, and now Duro in the front line just gets blown up by Clear. And another kill onto Ruler here as Zahen Keen is really going to try to test that theory once again. As he's got that passive stacked up, Chovy as well doing a bunch of damage on the right side, but it's still a 4v2 as they're trying to take out Kellen, and he will be able to, but he does go into his passive. Chovy trying to take down Diablo, but Clear making space for him, but not against Keen. That's a nice flash here from Diablo, but eventually buttons come back up, and he will be taken out, and they'll just have to back away.
It's just the solo laners of Gen G. It feels like the rest of the composition falls apart. Ruler, Duro, and Canyon, all with flashes still up. I'm not sure if they had them. I assume they had them in the fight and they just held on to them. Yeah. But either way, no, I think Ruler and Canyons were on cooldown for a bit longer. But Canyon gets focused down, and if you can pick someone quickly with his composition, cut down the healing shielding value, it's great. They try to do that to Canyon. He does survive for a long time, but then Clear finds this great angle. Old Duro slides past him to take out the Ashe, and you think that's enough, right? You've killed
surely
3 members already. It's a 4v2, but Keen is just unrelenting, and this is the damage issues. You don't have gas in the tank. Diablo is the only one doing damage, and he's struggling with the short range to really threaten Keen. He's having to do everything to try and survive, and then still dies to Rocket Belt, of all things, in the end.
너무 슬프다, 남자씨. 나 슬펑.
He says he's very sad. And, you know, that's what happens. Sometimes you're playing Ashe without flash, and you're just going to die sometimes. She's an immobile 80 carry.
You know, last time we saw Chovy on the Aurora with the game where he did, like, 80k damage, he went, like, the full pen build. This time he's gone just Rabadon second. Just big hat. Aurora does have a big hat, so thematically, making a lot of sense.
It fits.
But yeah, Gen G this time still have flashes in the bot lane, a lot of safety there. They send down the Herald mid lane, setting up for the Dragon. Gonna be difficult for BNK FearX to approach.
They're trying to get a flank TP here down to the bottom side of Gen G. And they're utilizing Clear to take over control of the Banana Brush. This gives a decent position for BNK. It looks like they want to go maybe on a Canyon with the Ahri over the wall. We'll have to wait to see. The Charm is going to miss, and the Zahen's in the front line, and he is surviving as Raptor finally throws out his ult just to die immediately. And that means no smite here for BNK, and a Dragon fight win here for Gen G.
So much value there from the... Ooh, still looking. From the Seraphine ult. Oh. Still looking. Not finding anything, though. An angle found there by Vikla, but he wasn't really able to connect on the targets he wanted.
Yeah.
We'll see here. Jumps over with the Blast Cone, tries to go for the backline here, but it doesn't actually connect onto anyone. Chovy and Duro move away, and then they focus on Akeem. The Seraphine ult hits both Raptor and Vikla. Vikla has to disengage. Raptor goes down. Clears on Duro, and Duro just eventually says, okay, I will flash to stay alive. And by that point, the fight's kind of already over. Vikla didn't get the momentum he wanted, right? No one goes down, the Ahri has no more charges. And Diablo is just still struggling to move in. Still trying to get access to someone he can comfortably hit, and it's just not happening.
Yeah, it's just the plight of the Lucian in this game. Again, huge comfort for Diablo. It's obvious that he's pressing his buttons very well, but sometimes it doesn't matter how you press your buttons. If you put yourself in a hole like this. First Mountain Drake goes over to Gen G, and they've got a very fat Ashe, and again, Keen on the Zahen. I don't see an answer. BNK, they've found some decent fights when they get picks. When they start off the fight, they get the Seraphine, they get, you know, Canyon out of position.
It's all about picks, and...
Very nice sidestep there from Vikla, using the Foxfire. And now Raptor and Clear have a front line.
It's all about picks, and it's all about the fact connecting like on the right target. You know, we've seen that when they get that early momentum, get the RE, some resets. The thing is, Duro's gone Hellion into Diadem, which, you know, we've talked about a million times. It's a really strong combo, and I think is definitely the build you should go, but it means he doesn't have a Mikhail's, and they don't have a way of getting out of charms. So if you get a charm onto Ruler or Duro, there is that option. There is that avenue to blow up one of the squishies and get the resets. It's just proving to be difficult. And I feel like both of them are being quite reserved with their summoner spells. You even saw in that last fight, Duro like waited till the last second, like, do I really want to flash? Am I really going to use it?
Chovy, he thinks he can get away with the ult, but the flash on in from Raptor says no. That's a shutdown here for Vikla, currently 2-0-6. And ahead on gold. They're even going to get the TP out of Keen as well. So
that's good value. You know, you get
huge.
Get the TP out of Keen. Can they translate the kill into anything more? I'm not so sure, but getting the TP from Keen is something at least.
Looks like just gold for now. Certainly a good kill. They were about, you know, 4,500 gold behind. Now they're just 3,000, so trying to make it as close as possible. Arrow also going to go wide. Ruler just running straight at Diablo. Meanwhile, we do see Raptor just get blown up on the top side of this fight as Diablo now in a lot of trouble. He's being kited down himself. Kellen tries his hardest to keep him alive, but eventually it's just going to be the end of both of them as very split fight that Gen G won both sides.
That was so close to Ruler going down. He puts up the nervous Yumi emote. That's how I felt, watching his health bar in that situation. Raptor, unfortunately, was on a ward, so he just got instantly exploded. Didn't even get a chance to ultimate there. And the game, I think, slipping away from being K4X. He's on a ward, so Ruler fires the arrow in. And Diablo sees an opportunity to go aggressive here. So Ruler ends up flashing away. Duro's like, oh, my AD carry, I'm going to come help you. And then look here, look at the healing and shielding that comes in. And he goes for the all-in. And look how close it ends up in that trade. Down to the wire. In the end, still would have been, you know, a hugely winning play for Gen G, even if Ruler had gone down. But it's just that intense sort of fight between them. The showdown between AD carries. With the supports backing them up. And now, it looks like Duro, he heard what I was saying. And he went, I'm not building Diadem, I'm building Mikhail's. Because the only way we lose is if someone gets charmed.
Yeah. That's a great call, I'd say. Diablo, on the other hand, not the best of calls. And he's going to get caught out. Grim Deliverance, huge value there on a 2 is what it's like. Yeah, that's a 3-0 all right. He's not the only one to predict 3-0 today as well. This one might be coming true, though, unlike yesterday. Canyon on the right side wanted to say hello and might just die for it. Is going to jump on in, and the Encore just going to run through, but not going to do quite enough. They're actually going to take out Keen as well. An overextension from Gen G gets them out of position. And right after what they got on camera. Coincidence? I think not.
All with Did's fault. As soon as he showed up, he
didn't know he was that powerful.
Yeah. As soon as I saw his smoke face, I was like, there's going to be something. There's going to be something happening.
I mean, like, look at the Red Bull Baron power play now. You can see there's no jungler for Gen G, but Chovy's just holding on to it.
This is the second game in a row we've had an awkward dragon situation.
Yeah. Clear is...
I think being K4X were like, there's only 2 of them. We can just take the dragon.
And gonna flank.
Now they're like, guys, we need your help. We can't just take the dragon. We need supervision.
Duro with the steal. The boom boom.
If he gets this.
He's trying to channel his Canyon flag energy.
You know, I was hyping it up
that early, but he got the job done anyway. Ult on into Chovy, who's just trying to go invisible and use that to get away and do a bunch of bursts to Diablo, but it's not quite enough. And all of a sudden, I mean, B&K, they are fighters. They just fight back, they claw back at any opportunity. Doesn't matter how far behind they are.
I feel like the power is just flowed from, you know, it took a while, but from Chronicler to Wadid.
Yeah.
Caring about predictions and caster cursing, right? He's just inherited it. And now he is the one with the power just to cast a curse. Yeah, this is an overstep. Notably, Duro is over the wall where he's really trying to help. but there's limited amounts you can do. And then Ruler just steps up, and he got charmed. Where was the Mikhails? It was used about 5 seconds earlier on Canyon, who died anyway.
We got a fight here on a Raptor. He most likely is just dead.
Yeah, it's because he's on the wrong side of the jungle, because this isn't where the Raptors are. He was supposed to be on the other side. Yeah, I mean, Gen G is still really far ahead. That previous play, not really going to change the game, but...
It gets them in the Mountain Drake. I feel like that's pretty nice, but the issue is that they need to do it again to get Mountain Soul, which is the real difference maker. And I don't know if Gen G give you another opportunity like that.
At least Clear is happy, right? He gets to see his armor and magic resist number go up. A bit happier.
He is playing Scion into Zion this whole game.
Okay, well, he's slightly happier that he got a Mountain Soul. He may not be in the threshold for happy, but he is slightly happier than he was before.
That's Ruler spot? Or just Vikla dying?
Wow.
Vikla spot?
That last heal, 526. Looks balanced, by the way.
Raptor, that's not your blue buff.
It's not his Raptors either.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Gen G's still very far ahead. And still very much in control of this game. BNK FearX kind of need multiple miracles in a row, is what they're hoping for at this point. And some flubs, I think, from Gen G. Kind of hoping for those. That's the angle.
Yeah. It's not an easy one. I feel like a lot of teams in League of Legends in general, but even in the LCK, at the LCK Cup, they will give you multiple opportunities to come back. But Gen G is kind of the one team that doesn't do it very often.
I think Gen G, they have been doing some messing around, right? They've not been as...
More than normal.
Yeah, but there's a big gap from messing around to serious opportunity to get back in the game.
Yeah.
It kind of just feels like Gen G see a window. They're like, hey, we can end this game at 23 minutes. And maybe they shouldn't have gone for that.
Yeah.
And they did. And then because of that, the game extends to like 35 minutes. And it's like, you know, there's a phrase, limit testing.
Yeah.
I think a bit of limit testing. But BNK FearX are always happy to try, right? And they have been trying this game and trying to find an angle. It's just hard to see at the moment. I think it does come down to Vikla and those charms. He is the only person with the gold lead right now, so that says something, right? He's actually got more farm than Chovy.
He actually does. He's got, you know, the Malignance instead of the death cap, and he's working towards his death cap.
Actually, not too far off. He has 2,000 gold in his inventory. Doesn't it make you believe, Brendan?
I think they need to get Ruler.
Okay, you could have just said yes.
They need to get Ruler. And if they can do that, then they can win a fight.
Okay, death cap secured. TP coming in. This is the moment for BNK FearX.
This is the fight.
Oh,
Raptor just gets arrowed and...
Never mind.
Yeah.
The moment's over. They missed it.
Well, he hits a charm onto Zahan. Does get his shield down. Diablo's like, oh god, I'm playing Lucian still. Clear is very low, although Canyon going to get charmed up, and he goes a bit too deep, and probably going to go down here first, but does have the GA, and so does Raptor. So trading GAs here. Diablo cutting it out, but he goes down, and so does Vikla. And so does this game. Gen G going to take the fight in a very easy fashion, and they get the job done here in game number 2.
Well, as I was saying before, Brendan, the game was already over, right? And there was no moment. So your implication that perhaps BNK FearX had a chance, ludicrous.
It's probably so smug again.
Oh, that's the worst.
But the thing is, he's not the only 3-0 predictor. There are dozens of us. You have to care about all of us. That's going to be the end of this Nexus. 2-0 to Gen G. Kind of the expected result so far. But yeah, BNK put themselves in a bit of a hole in the draft and were not able to win through the early to mid.
This one I think was really difficult from the draft. It's weird because this one in some ways feels worse, in some ways doesn't feel as bad as game 1 because it feels worse in the fact that it wasn't close at all. But also, you know, just draft a better composition. It's an easier resolution.
Just do better.
Game 1 was like you had some good tools and you mis-executed, which is harder to fix. This one, you know, we felt like the odds were pretty low from the offset. But now you got into game 3 and it feels like the momentum is dwindling, right? For B&K FearX. So they need a big bounce back if they want to make this series competitive again. Gen.G looking great form, and in particular Keen, who, you know, we talked about how he wasn't feeling well in the last series. He's been on fire today, in great form and seemingly back in very good health.
He's doing fantastically today, as are Gen.G 2-0 as we head into the break.
괜찮게 그냥 먹어. 딱 공 맞춰놨어. 먹어보자. 천천히 먹어봐.
천천히 받아, 천천히.
아리 매우 없다. 열병 넘었고. 아 루시안 상태 안 좋아. 루시안 나 제시 없다.
앞에부터 때려.
여기 시야 없다. 야 짜오.
야 짜오봐 줄래 짜오.
짜봐.
짜오. 천천히 보자. 괜찮아. 미켜야 돼. 잡았어. 짜오. 아 이겼어.
그대가면 끝나겠다.
너 때리면 딜량 오르냐? 저건 안 오를걸요? 그러면 안 때릴걸. 고통스러웠다. 왜 사? 그거? 그러게 왜 샀냐?
자, 그룹 배틀부터 시작해서 한참 왔습니다. 이제 플레이오프 시작이에요. B&K FX는 일찌감치 이 자리 지키고 있었고요. DN 슈퍼스는 아시는 것처럼 도장 깨기에 성공하면서 이 자리에 당당히 섰습니다. 실버 스크랩스와 함께 이제 5세트 달려봅니다.
이번에 앞에 올려서 탑 볼 수도 있어.
아펠이 어디 갈지 몰라. 이거 아래 내려갈 수도 있는 거야.
앞에서 지워라. 앞에서.
아펠 여기 있다. 아펠 강간 지키면 지체 본다. 나 찍을게. 천천히 봐봐.
오케이.
봐봐. 앞에 박아줘. 앞에 잡았어. 달려도 되냐? 앉아. 그러면 노플이야. 랜턴 맞게 하면. 나 이거 볼게.
빼봐 이거 빼봐.
빼.
앞에 없으면 싸움 안 해도 돼 우리.
타 없어. 사이온 타줄게.
여기까지 돼. 스몰 다 공대.
써봐. 나 1초. 봐봐. 잠깐 이어서 가야. 노딜이야. 미포만 살아.
나만 잡았어.
나 그래도 2초.
야나 미포.
스킬 좀.
형이랑 천천히 와볼래 이거?
랜턴 5초. 하나만 대봐. 나 이거 안 죽거든 어차피. 나도 안 죽어. 오씨 이게? 괜찮아. 이 정도면 진짜 잘했다.
나쁘지 않다.
디테일이 있어.
쓰긴 했다 얘네 이번에.
나 앞에 나랑 치다가
이거 다음 라인 맞대지 말고 용 쪽 보자. 용부터 하자.
용 스마스마 하던가 그냥. 야 친다 건드린다. 볼게 이게. 쌈박은 돼. 앞에 볼 수 있나? 앞에. 앞에 봐봐.
잡아줘.
봐줄게.
이겼대.
볼게. 앞에. 봐봐. 나 부활하긴 해. 까비. 용은 먹긴 했거든. 내가 미포 볼걸.
까비.
우리 4형 먹어서 이제 바론 쪽 잠그고 장로 쌈 보면 돼. 바론은 하면서.
바로 먹을게 우리. 바로 먹어.
바로. 덱스 입 빠졌고. 캠 상관없어.
덱스 이겼어.
나 미포 볼게. 해봐. 앞에 쳐줘. 나 저거. 살아야 돼. 빼. 나 버려. 네, 3명 좋긴 게임 안 끝날 것 같아. 스몰더 라퍼스. 오케이.
이번에 우리도 다 노플이긴 하네.
나 프리 써. 나도 이거 프리 써서
앞에 노플이 더
장로 때 노플이라 볼만해 그냥. 잠깐 할게. 이제 저 이제.
이거 나 뒤태 찔게. 나가자. 뒤태 찔게.
오케이.
천천히 나가봐. 대치. 앞에 쳐봐.
나야 밀어도
야,
돼.
뒤태.
어디
나가자 뒤태. 오케이.
나 앞에 막을게.
자, 잭스 여기 있다. 오케이. 나 이러고 딜러 쪽 뚫을 생각도 할게 난. 나와. 뒤에 갈려.
갈려 밀어봐. 갈려 노플이야. 한번 피할게.
야, 암라이브다. 딜러 바꾸죠. 랜턴.
앞에 볼게 앞에. 잭스 볼게 잭스.
잭스 그래. 야, 이거 잭스 봐야 돼. 잭스 잡아봐. 우리 위 안 좋다.
이거 장로 봐야 돼. 장로. 오케이. 앞에 봐봐. 앞에 잡았어. 오케이. 쌈바. 야, 믿어. 조용히 하고 믿어서. 끝내자 보자 일단. 끝내자. 열심히 쳐야 돼 이거.
나 20초라 끝나진 않을 것 같아. 장로 지키고 바론 해보자.
나를 잘 막아보자.
막아보자. 끝나나? 끝낼만해.
쳐봐.
내가 사이언 5초. 뭐야 내 죽었다.
나 5초야.
잭스 잡아야 돼.
야 잭스 잡아 너 잭스. 아 좋아. 야 미포 잡고 끝내보자 우리가.
오케이.
잠시만 역으로 끝나는 거 생각해야겠는데?
멀긴 한데 바텀 지워야 돼. 아니다.
라인 멀어.
집 갔다 탑.
집 갔다 탑에서 마지막 싸움 보자 이거. 우리 미드와터 억제기 밀어서 대치만 하면 돼.
스몰도 노플로 미드에 있고.
얘네 바텀라인 바뀐다 이제.
대광이 형 강남은 풀떡 가까워 돼 나.
얘플은?
노플이야. 자, 우리 미드 한번 볼게 얘들아. 미드 볼게.
잡았어.
버려야 되고. 이거 앞에 잡자. 아래부터.
내가 미포 본 거. 래플 조심.
나 풀 반응할게 그냥.
오케이. 래 그래? 래. 끝났어.
뭐야? 잭스 막아줄게.
빼면서 해봐. 한번 써볼게.
미안. 막았어 했을까? 아이고.
바텀이 너무 망했어.
미안해. 내가 너무 신났네 장로 먹고.
다행이네.
장로 그룹의 수장 BNKPX 상대 추격을 뿌리치고 4위 라운드 진출합니다.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. It is Gen G, one win away from the grand finals, as this one was a great, solid lead, incremental, a little bit of fun, happy gaming, and then
Did Gen G win?
yes. Gen G won with it.
Woo! Yes, I knew it! It's gonna be clean 3-0 series, man. This is so predictable, man. We all know Gen G is so much better team than BNK.
I do fear that I'm not going to be getting the 1 in my 3-1 prediction. It starts to feel a little bit less like that. Because I want to talk about this draft, and I'm starting to feel maybe I need to reframe a little bit how I was thinking about the BNK versus T1 drafts, because those were pretty masterclass in a lot of ways. But this time they tried to grab their opportunities early. Again, grabbing the Lucian when it's available here, but so early in the draft, so face up with Ashe and Seraphine being available means you're guaranteed to lose that lane. And then they basically double down on ego drafting here, grabbing the Ahri at the end, just saying like, all right, Diablo and Vikla are good enough to carry. Problem is you're playing against Gen G. This is not a Rise team. This is not just a scrappy team that's just going to fall into your hands. This is a team that has insane macro. And even when they won those crazy fights when Gen G overextended, they had nothing to fall back on. Their whole base was open. Like, they lost all their turrets. They were so far behind in gold.
Oh, yeah. I mean, imagine you're Lucian right now, and you have to play against this Gen G's team comp. Wukong is right into your face.
Who do I hit?
You have to play into Ashe and Seraphine.
Diablo's like, I want to play Lucian. Then he's like, I don't want to play Lucian, actually.
Would you want to play Lucian in this draft, Arrow?
Not really, but at least my jungler camped for me. As you see, the Raptor just camped for Diablo.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. As we take a look at the big skirmish that happened, it took a little while for us to get there, but this at 19 minutes, and Arrow wanted to point out the vision and understanding without having full knowledge of what's happening here.
So right now, Ahri just pushed the ball lane. He's already moved towards mid, right? But then, now we already know BNK wanna take the vision fight slash whatever, so go to the fight, right? But then now Lucian, look at the Lucian mid lane. He froze soft freezing or whatever, so he didn't clear that 2 caster minions. Therefore, the Kellyn, Milo just showed on the vision, Genji's vision right now. And then Canyon already knows Ruler is behind on me, and then I will just bait the fight.
So
this is very good.
I mean, the whole point is that your Xin Zhao and Ahri is ready to fight. But where is my AD carry? What is my AD carry doing? Why he's not pushing first? Why he's not coming towards us? Because we all planned to take the fight at the Raptor, but this is not the thing that we really wanted to see from BNK.
I think to sum it up, to put it in like maybe a little bit more succinct way, BNK tried to set a trap instead of fighting directly straight into the Seraphine, and Genji were ready for it because they're not a weak team. Like I said, they're not a Rise group team. They're not going to get caught with their pants down. And Genji are like, I see the trap you're setting. I see the fight you want here. Canyon's like, I'm on Xin Zhao. I have the Seraphine to back me up, and it's just going to be as simple as that to look for this turn. And yes, Chovy popped off. Like the fight was clean by Genji. But it seems like BNK are playing this series like they can't win straight up, and they're trying to play a little tricky.
And that's the thing. That's why we were so excited after the win against T1. Their hands were working well, and their drafts have been well. And now it's 2 drafts in a row where you feel like they don't have an answer, and then their gameplay is leading towards that they're not on the same page. Whereas here at the Drake, that happens literally 2 minutes later, you can see Genji on the same page right here.
Yeah, I mean, once you're behind in this kind of draft, I think you got literally nothing to do. Right now, look at the Genji position. It's just so clean and clear. You all know what you're gonna do. Just peel back to the front line.
Oh. Duro, in these types of fights, both the last highlight we just watched and this one, he knows all he really has to do is play a little bit of keep away here, and Genji will win these longer fights because they have this insane Zahin setup. It's really difficult to actually close the gap and hit the prio targets. Like Ruler and Chovy are so free to do whatever they want. And I think alternatively, with the 2 dragon lead that you had as BNK here, you could have tried to slow play the dragon, look for a top push with the Ahri, try to get some damage on that inner, play the map instead. If Genji overextend and try to pull off the dragon, then you TP with the Ahri, but they just went in straight headfirst into the Seraphine, and they lost out in a big way.
Yeah, Arrow, when you fall behind like this and you feel like, okay, we're fall behind in draft, we're not fighting well, it looks like we're not communicating well, your backs are against the wall because you're down 0-2, what is the conversation here? What should you be saying to your teammates?
I would say I think we just need to play as a team. Like what we are doing is like first game, Diablo just get caught for free because he wanna bait or whatever, playing on edge, right? And then second game, he's soft freezing or whatever, but Ahri is coming and not fighting. We just need a connection. And my top just died 3 times topside in the first game.
Oh, you're so nice, Arrow. I'll be like, hey, Diablo, you went to toilet and you're not woke up yet? Hey, listen, we wanna take the fight. Come to the team fight. But yeah. As Arrow mentioned, I think
we need a team game.
Yeah, we need a team game.
Smug did. A little bit of Toxic did. Whatever is going on here, BNK E4X need to figure it out. They're out of games. Genji, they've just been playing so standard to the point where they had a little bit too much fun there in that last game. Otherwise, it's going to be a clean sweep and a very easy ride to Hong Kong to the grand finals. Let's see how it all shakes out in game number 3.
Thank you, guys, as I do welcome the slow return of Toxic Wadid, as BNK have said, well, second pick isn't working for us, so now that it's later in Fearless, let's go back to first pick. And Genji, of course, will take blue side still.
Yeah, we tend to see the opposite. You know, we talked about this before. It tends to be start of the series, you go on first pick, then it switches to second pick. Clearly, BNK E4X are like, look, this isn't working for us, we're going to switch things up. Potential last game of the series, they need a win. They need a win, and then 2 more after that. If they want to be the first representative of the LCK at first stand for 2026, if they want to be continuing their run in the upper bracket, they at least need a win in this game to continue their hopes there. They will open with a Nocturne ban. Maybe suggesting they want to trade like Ryze and Orianna, and they want to take the Ryze and don't want to give over Orianna Nocturne. Could be an indication they got heavy on the jungle bans here, which does mean a lot of stuff is going to be left open and available that was banned before. Orianna's going to be banned by Genji, so that Ryze Orianna trade isn't going to be able to happen. So far, Gwen, Ryze, Yunara, Nico. These are the picks I'm kind of looking at that were banned last time. They're still there.
We want to play Ryze.
Oh, what gives you that impression, Brendan?
Oh, it's just a good pick nowadays.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
So will Gen G ban Ryze? Will they play Cassiopeia into it? I think especially because like Talia's not available, which you've seen often traded, they are just going to ban Ryze. So right now, Yunara being available, huge pick for Diablo. We know he likes to play. Not going to be looked at. Straight for the TF for Vikla. On the side of Gen G,
just play Galio.
You could go for the Yunara yourselves. You could go Yunara Nico, you go Yunara Gwen, you go Gwen Nico. If you want to try and secure some of those OPs. There are a couple of jungle bans, so if you want to go in the jungle direction, you could also try and secure something there. But I feel like jungle priorities kind of dropped off a cliff a decent amount. Looks like though, Chovy wanted to go for the Mel was something they banned last game. Seems like he puts a lot of stock into it, and you can reflect the stun card. So, decent amount of value there. If they really want to make the TF's life hell, they would also go to Theory, which we saw from Kyoshik the other day.
Do it.
No, I don't think they will do that.
Yunara.
They're going to go Yunara. And now, for the side of BNK, looking at Ezreal for Diablo in this situation. Do you go Ezreal Nico here? Ezreal Karma, if you're expecting them to go Nico. Karma is something we've seen picked a lot into Nico.
Yeah.
So it'd be really difficult for Yunara and Nico to come through here. And they will go with that Ezreal Karma. The movement speed as well with the TF allows them just to sort of move up in gold card. Gives them a lot of strength there. So will Gen G go for the Nico here despite the bad lane matchup? You know, they obviously got the benefit last game of having Ash Seraphine into Lucian, which was a great time. No, they won't take the Nico. They'll take the Lulu. A little bit more survivable. A lot of scaling, but still not a great lane matchup in the 2v2.
Yeah.
But when you have Yunara, Lulu, I don't think they're overly bothered. As long as they survive lane, they'll have a lot of power later on.
Yeah, Lulu's OP.
Yeah.
I'm convinced Lulu's just insanely strong, especially with hyper carries, so I'm gonna have to wait and see as we have jungle and top left over, which will be the focus for both teams.
Yeah, and a lot of junglers were already banned. Kha'Zix's ban coming through away from Raptor. Yeah.
It was Canyon who played that.
It's something
not
Canyon,
Raptor.
He's brought out in some high pressure series before. Kind of feels like sometimes Gen G ban away picks are like, oh, I think this would be great here. This is what I would play here. Like the Mel last game.
And the other team is like, what?
I think the Jack's honestly pretty high value here into the TF, so it makes sense to ban that one away. But the pool has definitely been thinned drastically already. I think Lee Sin for being K4X could actually be good. TF Lee Sin. You have the setup for the Sonic Wave.
It's like a D plus Kia comp.
Yeah.
It's like a Showmaker Lucid kind of duo. But obviously Raptor can play that very well as well. And there it is, called out and banned down.
I think as well, BNK4X have the added difficulty since they're in the second pick of considering what is Keen gonna play having counter pick. Gwen has been overlooked, by the way, I do want to say. Do you just ban the Gwen now? You did just ban Jax, so that Gwen is feeling even better.
Yeah.
And then you're banning Jace.
Oh.
Gen G could just slam Gwen.
Maybe they want them to pick Gwen?
Right now. They could just pick it here, immediately.
Yeah. Well, there's some discussion here. Canyon also getting into the mix of that discussion. So maybe they're going to go for jungle here instead and hold counter pick. Aatrox.
It's technically a flex. You could honestly have picked Gwen and technically flexed it, even though we haven't seen Gwen jungle. But they are going to go for the Aatrox. Technically a flex, probably going to be in the jungle though. And now for BNK4X, I think you have to pick the Gwen if you've gone for this. Now, is there going to be picks that could be picked into it and give it a hard time? 100%. But I think you have to do it. Because if you allow Gen G to have this composition with the Gwen on the end, it's going to be quite intimidating. I will say there's not a ton of CC on the side of Gen G. I'm not sure it's too concerning. BNK Ferex have kind of just gone for a Death Wall composition. Run fast, pop up the Mundo, stun card someone,
play Gwen.
take them out. They are going to play Gwen.
Gonna slam the Akali.
Yeah, that is the one pick that's kind of open that's like a great matchup into it. It's that or picking like a range pick into it.
And it's a Keen champ as well.
Yeah.
I mean, as of now, they have Aatrox as a frontline, but with Lulu, it might be enough. And there's not a lot of CC, as you mentioned, but there is Gold card, and Akali doesn't do well into that, nor TF. So, just thinking about Gnar.
Yeah, I think it was you either commit to the Akali or you just go like a range top into it. Probably the case. And they are just going to go a range top. Honestly, I think BNK Ferex, I was a little concerned about some things. You know, the fact that they banned like some of the matchups for Gwen, they telegraphed they wanted Gwen and they didn't have first pick after the bans. But Gen G just kind of said, you know, you can have Gwen. We will just pick Gnar into it. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I think BNK Ferex pretty okay with this. Much better than last draft. The bar very low for that one. You know, bot lane is going to have prio, strong mid-game spike. You have Chef to make plays around. Mundo Gwen is a great front line. If you get later in the game, there's going to be a lot of power there. And on the other side, I think Gen G, as much as you have this Yunara Lulu, you know, Gwen can be a big problem. I am interested to see the Mel, though. Obviously, she had a bunch of changes because she was quite oppressive, and they kind of semi-reworked her.
So the sign says she got into Seoul National University, which is technically the best university in all of South Korea. Definitely one of the top 3 at the very least. So big congratulations to that fan, Gen G fan. And also, you know, take a little rest on Saturday and then come in on Sunday and look for the victory for BNK, which is pretty interesting. I don't think I understood the dates on that one. But either way, looks like we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift here for game number 3. We'll see if Gen G can get the clean sweep or if BNK's Deathball comp will be good enough to get them at least one win in the series. Let's hop onto the Rift. Alrighty, game 3. As whoever wins this series, just want to highlight this once again, they will be going to first stand as the first representative from the LCK.
First standers.
Yes, the first standers at first stand. And because we have 2 seeds, rather, thanks to Home Life Esports last year, I believe that we are the region that shows their seed first.
Oh, if he comes in and smites this.
Looks like he will. No. Very close.
But now he has smite still.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be that, and the timing is perfect on the little ones.
It's such a tilter.
All right, now go between the turrets and take the wolves. No, don't do that.
I mean, he just did the Raptors so quick.
Yeah. That's Aatrox.
I think if he had gotten the smite off on the red, Raptor would legally be allowed to just leave.
Yeah, he's not in breach of contract if he just gives up after that.
He just does a lot of stand up and leave the building.
Yeah. We would all understand, honestly.
Yeah.
We'd be like, yeah, I mean,
I get it.
A rough time.
I get it.
You got to do what you got to do. It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about this mid lane matchup. This does not seem a fun time for the TF. Because they did change Mel a good amount. Because they felt like a lot of her kit was unfun to play against. Low counterplay. With like her root and stuff. It was like a massive semi-rework, basically. Like, they changed her W as well.
Wait, her E is called Solar Snare?
Yeah.
We already have Solar Flare, and there's Solar Snare? That's crazy.
They also changed her W.
Hello.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Like, a W no longer provides damage anymore. It has like a shield now.
Mm-hmm.
And her E, the root is smaller. there's a lot of things changed, ultimately, but she did get a bit more damage in return in some areas for these changes, but I think just generally the lane matchup into a TF isn't a fun time. And the recourse, right, is you're going to try and... You want to stun card as TF? How are you supposed to ever stun card? I mean, you just try to red card, and what happens?
Well, Vikla, at least he's got Raptor nearby. He's still taking an immense amount of damage.
You throw a card at the Mel, and she just reflects it. And then wins the trade on top of what, you know, the reflected card. And now Canyon is like, okay, well, my mid laner just dumpstered your mid laner in trades. I'm going to push you out of your jungle and take your Raptors. Your name is Raptor.
He's taking Raptor.
Oh, man.
And now down a level here, Raptor can't really do all too much.
Yeah, also, Vikla has already TP'd back to lane. Chovy hasn't. Chovy stayed in lane, still has TP. Look at the state of this mid lane. This is Vikla post-TP.
Yeah, Vikla doesn't really have any choice but to stay here and hope that he doesn't die. He should be okay, but...
How bad does the lane have to be
missing CS
to get to the point where Vikla is legally allowed to leave? I mean, he's playing TF, so, you know, at 6 he can just ult somewhere else.
We've had mid laners go 0-8 and not leave, so... I don't think you're ever allowed to leave the lane as a mid laner.
No reprieve for mid laners.
You just have to take it.
Just suffer.
Yeah. I mean, did pick mid lane. Keen is getting in here. And this is where the range comes in as Clear. He went for the trade, realized he was low, had to flash out. And now he's down his flash. So that means less kill pressure after he hits level 6 onto the mini Gnar.
Yeah. Not ideal. Suboptimal, some might say. So we have a lot of pressure top lane from Keen, a lot of pressure mid from Chovy, a lot of pressure in the jungle. Although Raptor's kind of caught up so far. Bot lane's going good for being K4X though. So that's nice. But you are into Yunara Lulu. And Rula did go cleanse. So, you know, we've seen a lot of situations where you would typically expect an AD carry to go cleanse. And they haven't because they're so determined, like, I need the barrier for lane, I need the extra shield to try and just make sure we can trade. Rula's like, no, I'm taking cleanse because the only CC being K4X has is gold card, Karma Tether, and then it's literally just slows.
Yeah.
So the cleanse value is actually insane in this game.
Yeah, not because there's a lot of CC, but because it's extremely telegraphed and it's strong. So you just negate it entirely with one spell.
We often talk about, you know,
again, third time.
Every single Raptor. Raptor hasn't had a single Raptor camp this game.
Yeah.
Of his own. Yeah, so we've... Oh, Clear's looking for him.
And Clear doesn't have flash, but he's definitely going to bully him out, especially with Mundo coming over.
Saves the red. That's why Canyon isn't cold red.
Yeah.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh boy. Couple more abilities, at least he's able to get away from that. Has unsealed spellbook, so he was able to heal.
Yeah, so we often see compositions, you know, teams are like, I need Vi, I need Nautilus to shut down the Shannara. Having only cleansable CC and a very limited amount doesn't feel so good into Yunara, who has Lulu shielding to back it up.
Yeah.
One of my concerns I have for being K4X in this game.
Yeah. There's a chance still that if, you know, the Mundo gets fed, if Clear's in a good spot and has a lot of threat, they're very fast and they have tons of chase potential. So maybe you can just rush down the Yunara and burst her, but it's not very reliable engage. It's not going to be an easy time. I think if they do get ahead though and they control space and maybe they can turn, they should be in a good spot.
They want to get a lead and just try and control the game for the mid game, and they'll be in a good spot. They got that first dragon, which is big. Dragon stacking definitely a way that you can put yourself in a good spot. The fact that the first one is Ocean, second Cloud. Hextech Soul would really be nice. Just pray for a Hextech Soul. You know?
But they did that last time and it was Mountain. They didn't really have as much momentum either in that one, so.
Yeah.
But at least they got the Drakes.
Yeah. Well, Canyon will pick up the grubs. And it's been a pretty slow... I mean, I feel like this is kind of going to be the case because until Vikla gets a chance to move, there's just not that much setup. Neither jungler is really a ganking jungler.
Well, it looks like pretty much every single needle missed. I think maybe the first one hit.
Yeah, I think
After that, yeah.
Keen doesn't do well with needles. It's like he has a phobia. He just avoided all of them.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not getting my jab today.
Yeah, probably a good idea. If you're an R and you're not taking damage as mini Gnar, like, what does the Gwen do? What does Clear do? Like, he's just here trying to farm the wave, and he's never going to have any kill threat.
But then Clear just dodges his ult, so it's kind of... But I feel like obviously the Gnar ult, they just throw that out whenever. It's such a short cooldown. But still, you know, it's kind of like, oh, you dodge my ult, I dodge yours, and nothing happens. So... Oh, Raptor's about. Oh, we're going to get some jungle cam contact. Oh, he wants some Raptors! He doesn't have Smite.
Who could have known?
Odds are low of him getting Raptors here.
Oh, he got like a couple of little ones.
Got the little chicken nuggets.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't
Nicola
have Reflect.
Stun cards himself again. Oh, round 2?
Yeah, there's the root. I think Vikla's just, yeah, that... You know, I saw that one coming a long way away. It seemed like Vikla did not. He really wanted that turret plate, and he did get it, though.
Yeah. Well,
maybe he's just tilted playing into Mel.
I have nothing to add to that play. I have no doubt they'll show as a replay.
Yeah.
But, again, don't think I have much to add to it. So,
if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Ruler's getting poked out a little bit here. And that's about it. Oh, lots of briefcases coming through.
Good damage, good harass, force them out. And they've gotten a lot of plates in this bot lane. Haven't really gotten a huge CS lead, though. Only 13 CS up is not as sizable as maybe you'd hope with this Ezreal Karma into Inara Lulu matchup.
Raptor's getting in there. I mean, there's not really much that Genji can do without Ruler.
Like, when you think about taking this matchup and you think about, you know, Gnar having a bigger lead in the top lane, Mel having a bigger lead in the mid lane. Oh, like...
This time the needles are connecting.
Well, most of them.
Yeah, the first couple of...
Keen didn't get the follow-up shots, you know.
Yeah. Oh, we are going to see the replay.
I guess he thought that... I guess he thought Chovy didn't have enough mana.
Also, Vikla did ult on the play, which Chovy did note there. Second dragon goes in its Infernal Soul for BNK.
Okay, I mean, that's big, right?
Feels pretty good.
Especially with Ezreal, right? I think combos really well with him. The extra poke damage. So, you know, fingers crossed they can stack up more of those dragons. We'll see. Oh?
Yeah.
Some big damage onto Duro here.
Still not enjoying their time very much. Down in the bottom lane.
Raptor on the Raptors.
He's gonna get a full
uncontested
Raptor camp. I'm so happy for him.
Living the dream.
Meanwhile, a little rotation down, but Canyon is coming down. Duro takes a huge amount of damage. Raptor just trying to run out of here, but now Chovy rotating down.
Oh, he's got a passive. You're gonna have to flash.
Yep. Oh, there it is. Disengage cone.
He's fine.
At least he knew it was there and was able to play around it well. So.
Yeah. Got a little bit of an overstep. I feel like it's Mundo with your ult especially. You feel so safe, but the
you got a
yank
stack
back.
of Heartsteel though.
Oh, so worth it. Honestly, even if you died, that's what we're playing for right now.
If he died to Chovy, maybe he gets the second stack, you know?
True.
Then that's like giga value.
Yeah. We also, because it's Infernal Rift, you get the stacking ability haste on the Cinders, so more stacking available. It's a stacking game. That's what we're playing for right now.
Stackosaurus Rex.
Dura going for Ardent Center, not going for the Mikhails first. Which I personally would, even though you have the cleanse, I would have gone for Mikhails just because, I mean, you can use it on everyone, but also you cleanse a stun card, and what the B&K FearX do?
Try to run at you.
Yeah, I mean, they will do that.
Sprint in a straight line right at you.
But, you know, maybe Ruler said, build me Ardent Sensor. He said, yes, sir. I could see that being a scenario.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
I think if Ruler asked me to build Ardent Sensor, I would.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have much say in that. As our junglers are just babysitting bottom lane. This is their job. I know technically they are junglers, but actually they're babysitters. First and foremost.
I think the nice thing about the Aatrox into the Mundo is you can actually proc the passive with the Q, and then he gets yanked back anyway. Ardent Sensor completed. No, a long time ago.
Turret's about to get completed too.
Yeah. Okay, Ruler is just getting chunked out right now. It feels like they're alternating resets between them.
Yeah.
When people get low. Chovy's trying to get some more damage mid. Overgrowth gonna get some chunking done here.
That turret is going down on this next wave. As we have backs here from Ruler and Duro, and Diablo picks up a big amount of gold. This is definitely a good start for the bottom lane. Really big issue, though, is that Gen G are still ahead on gold after all of that on the bottom side of the map because Keen is 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
This just keeps happening.
Yeah, he is he's just really keen.
His 4 plates in top lane.
He's just kind of... You know, I think this was the thing, is B&K FearX kind of telegraphed they were going to pick the Gwen. We saw it, Gen G saw it.
Yeah.
And I think Gen G were just like, we can just pick whatever into it. There's some teams who are like, we can just pick Gwen into anything, and there's some teams who are like, we can just pick whatever into Gwen. And I think, you know, Gen G is both of those teams because they have Keen.
Yeah, it's not fair when your top laner always wins.
It's a bit unbalanced.
He's feeling a lot better today compared to the series against DK.
He's feeling pretty good. He's in pretty good form.
Yeah.
Very wealthy right now. B&K FearX trying to set up the mid, get some pressure on the tower. Backing off now. It's 25 seconds until the Dragon. B&K FearX, Dragon win con is a great one. If you get that, phenomenal. But they do have to now deal with this Herald.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to deal with this, as we do have no TP for Keen. And actually, Nicholas just going to get here first, so it's a 5v4 in favor of B&K for now, as Keen is trying to run on up, but they don't quite get any picks. Finally, they're going to get Chovy, and the damage is there from the Gwen, as now Keen arrives with the Mega Gnar, is going to find a Raptor, and that's the jungler, who they do take out his Canyon, just going insane mode on the Aatrox. As that's going to force the flash here from Diablo. The Wallop hits him, but he is living for so long. Ruler has to flash into range just to be greedy, and he's not going to get the kill. As Clear clears the entirety of Gen G after the fact.
Maybe they should have dealt with the Gwen in a different way. Seems like critical mass might have just been hit with all those kills being picked up. And I think Chovy could have taken the Herald. Actually, the charge got started, so maybe he couldn't. Maybe the plan was to. But Chovy gets ran down. You know, the Reflect comes in early, stun card follows, he goes down. And then Gen G try and continue the play. They do get Raptor in this situation. I think this is okay, but Canyon commits more, but doesn't find Vikla. And then Keen tries to follow, looks for Diablo here. Such low health bars. Ooh. And look how low Ruler is. He wants this so bad. Ah! Oh, man.
There you go.
Love to see it from Vikla.
And this is huge momentum for B&K. This is exactly what they needed.
Keen was 1,100 gold ahead. He is now 300 gold down.
Nice, 300 gold up.
Oh, I've misread that. Okay, I'm trolling.
It's still a giant chunk.
Okay.
The point still stands.
I misread that. 800 gold, not 1,400. That would have been really crazy.
I mean, it's still a Gwen that immediately comes back into the game. Is 2-0 and 3.
Still a lot of gold. It is Vikla, though, who's 1,400 gold up. That's a big lead.
Yeah. I mean, he is TF and also got a triple kill in the last fight, so...
Okay, Clear is very scary, though.
Yeah. Once he gets Dusk and Dawn, I mean, Keen was doing great in the lane, but once you hit those item spikes, it will become increasingly difficult for Keen to deal with it.
I love how I talked about what did caster casing, and then I just... Oh my god. I did it myself.
We're all very capable caster cursors, it turns out.
That was an impressive one.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I see you're trying to live up to the Chronicler ability level.
Yeah. The thing is, the difference between me and him is I won't sit there and pretend, no, it's not real. It's not a thing.
He'll just acknowledge the true fact, which is very obvious.
I did that. That was me.
Yeah.
And now, Diablo's on a big spike with the Triforce Muramana fully stacked. Vikla, he's got Lich Bane and Rod of Ages. If he gets the Rapid Fire Cannon as well, which he's already ahead, he's definitely leaning towards... He should have that pretty soon. He's going to be in such a good spot. He's going to be so strong on those 3 items. So BNK Fear in a great spot. If they get those 3 items for that 4th Dragon fight, that could be the angle for BNK Fear X.
Well, this is the angle to take out the Gwen. You call over your Aatrox and say, let's do it, as Keen gonna go Mega. And that means there's no kill potential, and that is a shutdown for Keen as he tries to work his way back to 1,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah. It's just flip-flopping, you know. I feel like we always see the team gold graphs. We never get the player gold graphs. But I feel like the Keen Clear player gold graph must be pretty crazy right now.
Yeah. It definitely is. As they're trying to rotate and take out Chovy.
Oh, they want to kill him.
You know, he's only got one way to... yeah, he's got the gold card, but can he deal with Raptor? The ult's going to come out, and they give the kill over to Diablo. And a very easy dive here for BNK.
Yeah. Oh, you notice that Vikla didn't get an assist on that? I mean, obviously, like, the stun card's reflected, you know?
Yeah.
But it's, didn't...
Should have ulted.
Yeah, unlucky.
Should not have ulted. He is going to pick up all those cinders after getting the turret as well. That's got to feel good.
So he should, I would think, after getting this wave, probably have Rapid Fire? Yes, maybe, perhaps.
Yes.
He also has 8-stack Dark Seal.
Magias,
great spot.
4th. Feels very Showmaker-esque. I think you're... he's going to stick around. Maybe he needed one more wave for the item. Not sure if he actually got it, though. So he's just going to back and maybe wait a little bit. Sticking around in the in the fountain. Very invested to see if he gets this. I mean, he must be, if he's sticking around for that long.
Yeah. The fact he's waiting.
Surely.
Any moment now. But he didn't buy... He has a slot open. He didn't buy the Zeal and then complete it. He's like, no, I'm waiting for the full thing.
There it is.
And there we go. Big item to have completed. That extra range going to make things really difficult and uncomfortable for Gen G.
In a minute until Infernal.
The fact you're not getting it just before the Dragon, the fact you have some bonus time, means you're set up well in advance and you can use it to control the space ahead of it. Really hard for Gen G to approach. Remember, they have a Lulu support without a Mikhail. So if Duro tries to approach to get vision, he's getting stun card, could just die. And Vikla had such a rough starting time in the laning phase. He did not have a fun time against Joseph V in lane. Things going much better now.
Yeah. This is kind of funny how Diablo and Callan can just sit there, give him like a Mantra Inspire and just have at it and essentially just try to hit him with Mystic Shots, and there's really not much that they can do about it. Crit Cloak here for Ruler, but that's about all he gets on his back. So a lot of pressure in mid, and now Vikla might be in a little bit of trouble. We have TP coming in. The gold card actually is going to save him. And now, you know, TP coming in from BNK. We got Chovy and Canyon already pretty low. Look at Chovy's not really able to do much. Just getting run down by the Mundo. He's already dead. And now we got the Destiny coming out. They're looking to pile in onto the Aatrox. So much healing there from Canyon, but I think eventually, right, they should just take him out. As there it is, the cards get it done, and that's the end. And maybe just Infernal Soul for BNK.
Yep, that should be a secured, currently contested. The attempt to get a pick on a Vikla, you could see the logic from it from Gen G, but Vikla had suns, had a way of disengaging, and all of BNK FearX moved in to collapse in return. Vikla as well. Notice so that he actually red cards, well, initially gold cards Canyon. Oh, never mind.
Well, I guess Keen is also dead. I'm not really sure why he's still down here after the Drake was taken, but that's going to be a free kill on top of it all.
Well, he's just gone. Not sure if we're going to see the replay of what happened. Oh, we will go back in this. So he gold cards Canyon to get some space, Ghost as well. And then he red cards Canyon here. So Chovy can't reflect it, and it slows him. Catches him as well, and Raptor just runs him down. Nothing he can really do or outplay in that situation. And immediately, Gen G know it's kind of cooked, right? Canyon tries to turn it around, but he's 1v3 right now, clears zoning the rest off.
Meanwhile, Ruler might just die. Tons of shielding does come through, though, and Ruler will survive, and that's going to be the end of Diablo, as he does get ulted from afar by Chovy.
Not a necessary play.
Yeah, I mean, this game is not over, even though you do have the Infernal Soul, BNK.
You intro Lulu, Yanara. You are 2-0 down in the series, I want to remind you, BNK FearX. Relevant information. Diablo feeling himself a little bit. He's like, I got that Infernal Soul. I can Arcane Shift into melee range. You can. Absolutely, you can do that. You shouldn't do that. You should not do that. Let's go a little replay of how that happened. Okay, so you got slowed. The Q did so much damage, he was like, I'm going in.
It was pretty close, you know?
Not a needed
in Diablo's
play.
eyes.
Not a needed play.
Yeah.
He didn't ban his flash, though. In terms of summoners, they did trade up.
And here we go once again.
Ow.
Oh my goodness. He's trying to play the game.
Dig the turret!
Oh no.
Oh my god.
He has Magias too. That could have been 4 stacks. Diablo's getting in there. He is a mobile turret right now.
There's literally a binding you can set to target. You can actually, so you can't target turrets.
Yeah.
Target champions only. You can actually set it so you can't target turrets.
Well, they're going to look to take down the Baron anyway. And
okay.
Ruler
They're
doesn't
still
have
ahead.
sums and he's not here. So I think they can just get it. A little bit of shenanigans here as they're trying to keep Gen G out of the pit and anywhere near it. No root comes down. Vikla is going to get flashed on, actually, but he just runs away, utilizes the walk strategy, and they cannot get on top of him. BK, they get the Baron, and they're going to pick up 2 kills. Gen G kind of floundering and struggling to make their way into the pit, and they're going to pay a deep price for this one, as that will be the reflection here from Chovy, but the chase is still on. Again, BNK very good at just running at them, and that's going to be Duro going down. And Chovy soon to follow, just throws out an ult. And at least Ruler gets away, but BNK are dominating now.
Yeah, I don't think I could have handled it if they'd ended up losing that passage of play on the back of the card on the turret. But fortunately, Ruler not able to get there in time. And BNK FearX managed to control the space pretty well. Gen G trying to rush in here, but the 80 carry is late. Keen trying to approach, has the Mega Knot available. They end up looking for Vikla. But he just manages to disengage here. Canyon dives onto him with the ult with the movement speed. They get stunned. Flashes forward, but Vikla gets out of the tether range. And the Aatrox just doesn't achieve anything. You know, this comp is such limited setup, limited engage. And it was kind of just run at them. And then it's this awkward chase down. Here, Vikla stun cards Chovy and just backs off. It's like, I'll tank the stun. My job here is done. I'm just going to push mid. I freed up my 80 carry to play hyper aggressive now because he knows his Mystic Shots won't hit him in the face.
Yeah. And that's exactly where you want your Diablo to be if you are Vikla. And they still have Baron here. 6,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play, and they're not done yet. And they should be able to take down this top inhibitor. And the poke is just too much for them to handle. Diablo's popping off, and, well, Raptor kind of tanking everything, but
he's pretty tanky.
He is Mundo, so he does that pretty well.
They have good pressure right now.
Keen. I mean, even the TF is just doing insane amounts of damage, has 16 stacks on the Jais.
Very fed.
And he has Infernal Soul, which just adds so much on top of everything else. Just a couple of mistakes from Gen G at key moments, and BNK playing a really strong series. Looks like, yeah, Roller just has to run away again. And that's kind of been his role so far, as that's it's going to be the Nard down as well. And BNK, they're just keeping him at arm's length and saying we can do whatever we want.
There's no easy way to close distance. They just don't have engage.
Yeah, just don't really have an option, especially with Keen in mini Nard. So Canyon just going to kind of frontline for them, and that will be the end of this game. BNK still alive in the series, and they will take a game off of Gen G. We finally have a series on our hands.
Yep. Not going to be a 3-0. We see BNK PRX answer back, and even though the top and mid lane matchups ended up being a little bit rough, that team fight around mid is where it really came back. Vikla getting a lot of value on the TF despite getting bullied out by Chovy, and Clay on the Gwen getting so much work done in that mid fight despite getting menaced on by Keen there. You see, like, Keen was bullying him out in lane and he ended up doing more damage than him. Diablo as well in the Ezreal played like an absolute psychopath. Never change.
In a positive way.
Never change.
Yeah.
I think BNK PRX definitely, there was just not a lot of ways to punish them. Not a lot of ways to get on top of them. I think they had some good tools in this one, much better than last game at least. But it's still an uphill battle from here throughout the series. But they got that first step towards them going to first stand, towards getting this series back into their control.
Yep, still a chance here for BNK. 2-1 now in favor of Gen G as we head into the break.
가보자. 세게 하자.
오케이. 누나라, 야, 그 천천히 해봐. 룰루 공도 빠졌어, 얘네. 유나는 정화 빠졌어. 3라인 넣으면
괜찮아. 야, 나를 노공.
이건 귀엽다. 괜찮아. 타워 치면서 볼게. 유나 노공이야. 포킹. 타워 치면서. 포킹.
야, 라인 써봐. 라인 쓰면 끝난다.
없어. 나 실드 2초. 확인.
나 W 6초.
골카 들고 있어, 이제.
나 골카 있어.
아트 막아줘. 아트 막아줄게. 아트부터. 나를 높여?
내 쪽 찌른다.
야, 끝나긴 한데.
나이스.
This has to mean the world to you. This has to be top priority. Legends never die.
And one of those stars from BNK's upset against T1 finally showed up in this series against Gen G. Vikla, he giveth, he taketh away, he gives it back and then gets the victory here. It is 2-1. Still Gen G over BNK FearX, but a little bit of life out of the Foxes.
I mean, he showed up the value of the first pick of TF. And it was kind of a mess in the earlier laning phase, but I think after that, he proved himself that why they need the TF for the setup and for the team fight.
I really wasn't sold initially on this draft here for BNK. I thought the first pick TF means your entire draft identity is face up. And Chovy ends up getting the Mel counter pick here, which I thought was quite interesting and unique. Mel, a champion's kind of in a weird state right now. Hard to carry with her, but strong into the Twisted Fate because now you don't have a great gold card target because guess what? Yunara also took Cleanse, as you know, that's a pretty face-up thing to do in this situation as well. But I think this game, the draft was a little bit shaky here for BNK, but the gameplay backed it up. They did not play tricky. They did not play setting traps. They played toe-to-toe with Gen G. They played confidently, oftentimes in the early game a little bit too confidently. Yeah. But this is where I got to feel a little bit of that BNK magic we saw into the T1 series. If they keep that momentum, maybe there's a chance here that there's something else coming for them in this series.
Arrow, what did you make of this draft here for both squads? What did you think of it?
Both sides?
Yeah, what did you think of the draft?
I think they're definitely like answering against Yunara. If picking Azure Karma, you have a guaranteed push, which I think it was very important key point against T1 series, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they picked well about Azure Karma.
And then they were able to execute it as we take a look at how this one unfolded. A lot of focus on the man in the mid lane as we start this one off. He starts off in bot.
Yeah, I mean, probably pushing bot into going into the mid lane is just basic rotation, I would say. But I think it's surprisingly Gen G, they kind of messed up with this macro because they should know that Nar has no TP and they should know that TF is moving first in the mid lane. So this was kind of unforced error from Gen G here.
They kind of pushed Duro away initially here with the Twisted Fate flank, and Vikla, obviously very tanky with his Rod of Ages, actually survives here. The flash comes out, and Diablo ends up kiting back, and this is one of those fights where Gen G are so close to smashing it, right? Like, if just a few more things go their way, they end up winning this fight swimmingly, but it's the setup here that starts way better for BNK, starting off with that flank from Vikla.
And to be fair to BNK, I feel like these were some of the coin tosses, coin flips that they were getting heads on in the T1 series that they haven't gotten here against Gen G, and more importantly, weren't really trying to take. They weren't trying to take coin flips. They were trying to play smart and play individually. They never really took those moments. And then Gen G tried to make a play down on the bottom side of the map that, again, doesn't go their way, starting with Canyon trying to collapse onto Vikla.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think after them losing 3 Dregs in a row, they had to find the opportunity to bounce back. But I think this was not the right call. I think Vikla was too tanky to catch on the side lane.
And Arrow, you pointed out to us as well, there was a ward that was missed on the left side there, and the BNK were able to read this play from far away.
Yes, there's the entrance between the, I think it's a Fairlight it called, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a ward from the far side from ward from TF, and then it should reveal the Aatrox jungle in the around the golem. So they already recognized, oh, they're gonna play for it because Chovy obviously walked forward too far up when there is no mid prior for their side. But then I can still see the disconnection between the Diablo and their teammate because Diablo just was hitting the mid turret and he didn't rotate fast enough. I think it could be bad if it got worse.
Could have been a lot more disastrous. Like, I think BNK getting kind of lucky on both of these highlights, but still playing it well, playing it scrappy. And this was a desperate play from Gen G, because if they lose this fight, if they don't make that pick happen, they can't deny the soul. The soul goes over. Without that soul damage, the game feels very playable for Gen G still, but that's enough to push them over the line. Look at this here. This is the gold graph where it looked like Gen G had a lot of control early, but we started to see that big crater towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was great execution of using Azure Karma pressure on the bot lane and also the Mundo. I think Canyon, he kind of actually outclassed in the earlier pathing, but still, we see why you pick the Mundo jungle because you can literally just stacking the Drake easily, and then with the bot priority on top of it, like it's just so easier. So I think BNK, they kind of just figured out how to play against the better teams is to get the better matchup on the laning, and then you have to just play for objective.
Yeah, when you think about BNK Fearx, who's someone that needs to step up if they want to win Game 4 here, Arrow?
I think it's for Vigna is important for VNK because even though he died in the laning phase in this game, TF impacted on map, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I think Vigna is very important. For the Genji, I think their Keen is pretty important because the first game, second game, I think he was doing a lot better, or he was impacting more in teamfight skirmish, right? With his Rek'Sai, his Zahan. So yeah, I think Keen is important.
Yeah, it's been, you know, going into this series, you kind of wonder, you said it earlier in earlier series, all lane gap. That used to be the case for BNK Fearx. Now showing, hey, look, we can stand toe-to-toe here against Genji in certain moments with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was expecting them to have a second pick in coming into Game 4, but they surprisingly, Genji choose the first pick in the right of the first selection.
Yeah, and
so
look at this too. BNK picked red side. Arrow, what do you think about this red side pick? This is super rare. We don't usually see teams take it in response. Most teams go for blue. Do you think there's some sort of strategy here for BNK? It's okay if you don't, because I'm also I'm a little bit surprised myself.
I'm not really sure about their red side picking, but yeah.
I mean, because like all the AD carries, I think they really prefer the blue side, and also like for Genji, I think if you have a better players, you should have a counter pick, you know. And I think maybe this is the call that I think Genji, they have a concept on the draft, so that's why they really wanted to first pick something that they think is really important.
Again, going back to the storyline at the top of the show, it is the Ryu Derby. Ryu, former coach of BNK Fearx, now coaching Genji up against his former squad. Let's see what tricks he has up his sleeve and if they can close out the series in Game 4, or will we have Silver Scrapes? Let's send it back on over to Valdez and Ox.
Thank you guys on the space. Fox is back for game number 4. And we'll have to wait and see if Genji can lock in and stop the rising momentum of BNK after that win, or if BNK can make the series even more interesting.
Yeah, you know, we did that first game. We obviously knocked out all the 3-0 predictors like we did. Smug we did.
Myself.
And yourself.
Yeah.
That's what you get for being smug.
Yeah, I wasn't smug. What it was, though.
Yeah, he
So
ruined it for the rest of you.
Yeah, he made the 3-0ers look bad. Unfortunate.
And so, BNK Fearx picking red side, obviously in the LCK, we've seen it being blue side picked super heavily, especially by T+, but it's not the same in every other region. I know in the LEC, red side's picked a good amount. I feel like a lot of this series has been about dragon control. And if you think about blue side, one of the aspects of it is easier approach to the Baron pit. You know, the sides are flipped when you look at dragon pit.
Yeah.
If you're on blue side of the dragon pit, it's easy to get trapped in the dragon pit, easy to disengage. When you're on red side, maybe that's an aspect of it. Either way, as was alluded to on the space, very uncommon to see red side prioritized in the LCK. And the LCK is definitely known for a region who just kind of always do the same thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it pans out. Renata being banned first immediately by Genji, so Kalista Renata immediately off the cards.
I think that's actually a good look for a Game 4. We've seen a lot of Kalista Renata Game 4, around Game 4 here in Fearless Drafts. As they're going to have Rumble, which is just pretty standard.
Yeah, there's still some power picks left open and available that need to kind of be banned, need that respect to be paid. The Nico slid through last draft because that Karma was picked by BNK Fearx. You don't really want to play Nico and Karma, so that will be banned here. These are also the two best supports to play with Kalista, is Nico and Renata. So if Diablo was thinking of playing Kalista, his support options being massively limited.
It's okay, you could just play Kalista Nautilus.
I mean, you could, but...
Orky gonna be banned here.
Some of the picks that were banned in the last draft that haven't been here, Ryze, obviously, Orianna. And then there was also, I mean, it was BNK Fearx who banned the Anivia to try and get the Ryze. Will Genji try and ban something to try and set themselves up? Are they going to try and trade mid laners? Are they going to ban Orianna to try and get Ryze? Are they going to try and ban Anivia to try and get Ryze? They're going to ban Orianna. So Ryze is open. And being KFRX won't think about going to Nivea into it. They'll just ban Rise immediately.
Jarvan is left up.
Jarvan is open and available. Nocturne, yeah. A lot of the junglers. A lot of value. And the fact that, so Ezreal's gone. Corki was banned. So those safer options that can disengage gone. Gen.G toying with a Renekton first pick. Will lock it in. Nara isn't available. Kennen is, though. And Kennen's a bit of a clear special. So definitely something he could lean on as a response to this.
It's almost like they're trying to bait it out in a way as Aphelios gets slammed in. And so does Jarvan.
So
immediately hovered.
The thing with picking, I think Aphelios Jarvan's fine here. The problem is, though, Aphelios Thresh has been really popular. And if you want to get Aphelios Thresh, you kind of have to take Thresh on that third pick, limit your ability to counteract the Renekton for the second set of bans. You're also taking Jarvan without knowing what you're playing into. That being said, though, in this situation, we have already limited a lot of the options available in terms of safe picks I can get out of Cataclysm.
Nidalee.
Renekton Nidalee, it's a classic, not seen it for a long time, and they will lock it in. We saw last game, Canyon was so focused on stealing camps, finding momentum, will commit to the pick here, and it's something that obviously gives Jarvan a hard time. Not too much you can do to a Nidalee with all the mobility that she does have.
She'll jump out of the Cataclysm, she will jump into your jungle, and looks like they want to pick something for Chovy that can go well with the Nidalee. They're thinking about Akali.
Wow.
Zoe. Okay.
Okay. So quite heavy poke focus into the Aphelios, who obviously can struggle when he's outranged.
Yeah.
But this is a fragile composition from Gen.G. Will just be the Thresh that you're going to secure here, so not really giving yourself space to respond to what Gen.G locked in by almost being forced to take this Thresh here. Also a little concerning because I feel like you want to gap close on what Gen.G have, but you want the Thresh for safety for your Aphelios. So Thresh, if you land a hook, great, but he's not as reliable as other picks. Either way, this is kind of crazy from Gen.G.
Yeah. I feel like BNK's comp is very good into Renekton, like just as a champion, but the rest of it they're not very good into. So
Leona ban,
have to figure that out.
I'm not so sure about. Thresh generally pretty good into Leona, and it very much increased the value of things like Cleanse, Mikhail's, Treads. So Leona ban, not one I'd typically expect. Akali ban comes through. You know, we saw Vikla obviously solo kill Chovy on that Azir, but also something that could be played into the Zoe.
You know, stealth makes it hard for Zoe to hit stuff. You can shuriken back even if she goes at you from very far away. So could have been a good choice, but not going to happen this time for Vikla.
Yeah, kind of difficult to figure out what he can play in this situation. It's going to be able to match up well into the Zoe and function well for the comp. Do see the Blitzcrank ban come through, which I think makes sense. Duro, bit of a specialist on this pick, and if you land a Sleepy Trouble Bubble and then just hook someone, they are just dead. Also good into the Thresh. I think the Galio ban's good, syncs well with the Jarvan, and kind of, especially into a Nidalee Zoe, just stack them on, they're not going to be able to do anything to you. But didn't really touch the likes of the Kennen.
Yeah.
Which we know is a good matchup into the Renekton. We know it's something that Clear is very solid on. Will they just go that? For now, they're going to pick up the Syndra for Vikla, something that's definitely playable into the Zoe. And you do have that Scat of the Week. If you can connect with that onto one of these targets, could find a way to close the gap.
Yeah, and Aphelios has enough damage. It's not like you're playing like a Jhin with the Syndra and you're kind of lacking damage, so feels good. And the response, Jinx, seemingly to be hovered. They're thinking about the Nautilus first, so that's going to come out.
Nautilus, something we've seen picked a decent amount in times past into Thresh. Adam, love it into the Jarvan. Just the Cataclysm disrupts what you want to do quite a bit. Jinx, though, I mean, we know Ruler's a great Jinx, and we've seen it a ton of times into the Aphelios specifically. This is very much, I'm thinking about the 2v2, but into Syndra Jarvan, not the most fun scenario for the Jinx, and not a ton of protection in this composition.
I think they're just going to hope they can, you know, press their buttons forward and, you know, get ahead in that manner and create space for the Jinx. So the Kennen kind of being held up, but they might want another frontliner here.
I think it's one of the two. You know, they definitely want something that can help lead the charge, and Ornn has that engage. If you hit that ult, and the rest of the team can move in, set up that engage. If you close the distance on Gen.G's backline, it's just game over. And I think Gen.G have a composition where if you get that early momentum, then yes, some of these picks can be really frustrating to deal with. But it just, you know, if Renekton Nidalee falls behind, if Zoe falls behind, there's not that much protection for the Jinx. Their composition is definitely not one we'd expect to see in the year of 2026 in the LCK Cup.
No.
And it's also very fragile. Whereas BNK Fearax, their composition feels a lot more standard. Now, they may at times struggle to get on top of some of these members on the back line, but they have engage tools. As long as they connect, and we know BNK Fearax, they will throw everything in the kitchen sink at them.
Yeah.
We just have to see if they can pull it off.
I think there's a lot of ways to punish the Zoe specifically. If he ever gets a little bit too aggressive, you can get an Ornn right on top of you, a Scout of the Week right on top of you. Even a Thresh can set up hooks. Even the Jarvan can be ready to flag drag. So Chovy's got to be very measured here, but they also need him to do a lot of poke and prodding with the Nidalee. We'll have to wait and see how it is going to pan out here. This does look like we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 4. And let's do that right now. Alrighty, game 4 on the cards.
I think an aspect as well of the Ornn into the Renekton Nidalee is a lot more stable than the Kennen. Also can kind of tank the Sleepy Trouble bubbles a little bit and buffer with the W.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad shout. I mean, they've put Clear on tanks in the past. You know, he was kind of forced on a Scion duty even in game 2. And I think the Ornn, definitely pretty stable, difficult to dive. We'll see if he can just get to the lane. That's going to be his job, essentially, because we know what Renekton Nidalee does. If you haven't watched the LCK, you know, maybe 2 years plus prior, this was very common, very strong duo that we used to see pretty often, especially when they wanted to play aggressively and look for dives. As you stun, and then you throw a spear. And it's AD and AP from top and jungle. Some tempo heals thrown out.
Yeah.
Thinking about when they were going to go for the hook, and Kellen just gets hooked and has to flash away.
Yeah, that was really poor, if I'm being honest, from Kellen there. He was standing in tower range to be like, you hook me, I'll pull you in, baiting it, and then he stepped way too far forward for no reason, gets CC chained, has to flash. Unnecessary, completely unnecessary. I think they were playing well, using the heal to disengage until that moment, and then just a big misplay that comes out. And now Flashless, he's a bit of a vulnerable target. We talked about the Renekton Nidalee, but every lane has set up for this Nidalee. You know, if you're going to be successful with a Nidalee, you want lanes that can land the CC if you land the spear. Every lane has CC.
I was a little bit worried when I saw the Akali hovered for that reason, because Akali, while a strong pick individually, doesn't very well set up for the Nidalee. And blinds can be a bit of a rough time, especially when already they were showing some CC with the Jarvan. Canyon is a bit of a Nidalee connoisseur. Kind of goes without saying, but yeah, nice to see the stat.
Yeah. Oh, that's
hook into the minions, and now Diablo just stunned up basically forever. Doesn't want to flash, uses the barrier instead, and Spear nearly hits him. And he might still die as Canyon's getting ready to jump on in. As the tanking goes over to Ruler, he's able to flash out. It's an easy dive and a kill onto Diablo for first blood.
So some situations, it's like if you have good setup, you can force a play, you can make a play happen because, you know, you have such reliable CC, you can just kill them anyway. And then some plays happen because, you know, the other team misplays or your team plays exceptionally and you capitalize. This was definitely the latter, right? They got that initial play on a Kellen and then a great dredge line from Duro connects onto Diablo, and look, it seems like it just catches him just in front of the minion there.
Oh.
The hitbox a bit too big, he thought he was behind. And also he's not able to grab the lantern in time. The hook from Kellen pulls Duro on top of it as well. And now he's low enough that they can kind of just walk in and take the kill for free. They do have to burn a lot of sums to get it, but it's still a pretty free one. No response comes out, and ultimately, this was just an opportunistic play from Canyon. His bot lane winning the 2v2 and him coming in and able just to pick up a freebie. And now not only does he have a lead, but his bot lane also have a lead as well because Diablo was denied so much farm in that situation.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time for Canyon now, who's going to be accelerated. And we'll look to hit that first item as fast as possible. And can really begin to terrorize some of these lanes because, you know, if Nidalee is behind or just even and not really getting a lot of value through counter jungling or ganks, it doesn't really feel like you're getting value out of your pick. As we take a look at what happened in mid, looks like Chovy had to flash.
Yep, Kellen showed up there and that got forced, so good moves there at least. To get a cleanse on Vikla though. And top lane, Keena's gonna Cole, has a little bit of a lead, but Clear doing okay so far. And as much as obviously feels bad what happened bot lane for BNK FearX, maybe Clear was just like, oh thank God it's not me.
I mean, probably, but at the same time, kind of want Diablo to be farming and getting money and carrying you with some
He'll give him
items.
the ornaments later, it's fine.
Yeah. I feel like the Ornn has not really hit as good as it used to in the past. Obviously, he received a lot of changes over the years because he was so prevalent in the LCK and other regions.
Yeah, a lot of toning down.
Yeah.
He did do just a bit too much.
Still good into a lot of the lanes as kind of a neutralizer, especially into Rumble is the one we see a lot. But Renekton a lot beefier.
Yeah, still has this engage tool, which is nice. But dealing with 6 item melee carries, not so fun. No matter how tanky you are. Dragon picked up, and I think Gen G continuing this objective momentum going to be really important for them. With a composition like this, you need to be trying to get as many as you can early as possible.
That's definitely one of the other things that Nidalee is really good at as well. Allows you to snowball. She can take objectives very fast.
Wow, she's good at so many things. Why don't we see Nidalee more often?
Well, she's hard to play. It's not the only reason, but you know, you have to have lanes that I feel like you have to check a lot of boxes to really make it work. As the Ornn Horn does get the cannon, most importantly, and Chovy is what I was talking about. Now he doesn't have his flash, although the damage isn't quite there, but
he did just have a lock in his pocket, so that's nice.
That's not fair.
Yeah. I mean, I also think, you know, Nidalee is very liable to fall off a cliff. We all remember the Atlas airbet.
Yeah. Baldless.
Which I believe was also Nidalee into Ornn. Wasn't it?
It would make sense for that time, right?
It was definitely Nidalee, but I'm pretty sure it was into Ornn as well.
Wouldn't be surprising.
Which, in hindsight, was a terrible bet to make, you know?
I mean, it was a ridiculous lead they had, right? So
even so.
Sometimes you get unlucky.
Don't catch me making a bet like that, Nidalee into Ornn. No way.
Atlas at that time was playing it a little bit fast and loose, you know. Nowadays, he has learned his lesson.
No, he hasn't. No, he has not.
A little bit.
He would still do that. Yeah, it's just... Do you remember release Zoe, just, you know, the early redemption? And just being able to slam that down?
Yeah.
Just having a free locket is just not balanced.
You could see he was very calm throughout that whole thing. I think he knew that he was not in danger, but it still does show an example of how they are going to punish the Zoe, as I was talking about after the draft. You know, she hops forward in the portal jump, you just know exactly where she's going to go back, and it makes these pick potential plays from BNK very obvious to play. As Clear was thanking his lucky stars last time, but now with the Dominus coming in, he is desperately trying to clear the wave. As one stun comes through, Keen is going to eat a couple of turret shots, but pretty simple enough here for Gen.G.
Yeah, he really tried. But it's just difficult into Renekton Italy. There's just a limited amount you can do. A lot of mobility, the extra health for the Renekton ultimate to keep him alive for the dive. And it's kind of like back to our usual programming, you know? Canyon went bot because there was a window that was open and available, but this is kind of what we expected. First and foremost.
Yeah, it seems like bot lane is kind of going the way it has been after the dive, which is Ruler about 400 gold in the lead, did pick up a call of his own. And they are just kind of scaling down here with the Jinx, with the call. They also have Renekton with call. Keen always tries his best to find any possible way to get ahead of his tank opponent in the top lane, and he makes sure that he punishes pretty much every team and player for picking a tank into him, even if he doesn't have first strike.
Yeah, that's kind of been his thing. You know, a lot of players picking tanks into him, and other than Shiwu in that series, usually Keen just getting the better of them.
Oh. Right, flash on forward onto Ruler, who just cleanses away. Duro not able to hook onto the wall, throws out the depth charge, but eventually Raptor is going to come on in. Oh, but the buffer gets onto the wall before the Cataclysm gets in.
So close. If Raptor been a little sooner on that play, and the Cataclysm gets down, Dredgeline would have hit it. It looks like, obviously, he's Dredgelining through the terrain, but the Q's already gone out.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter that the terrain comes through because, you know, the logic is Dredgeline is there, I'm going to it.
Diablo's kind of getting chunked here.
He's just baiting the ult. He's just, you know, he's just doing his thing.
Calculated.
Always surprised.
Wasn't able to clear the wave. It's going to miss a couple of ranged minions there. Needs pretty much everything he can get, to be honest, to try to catch up. He's now almost 700 gold behind anyone Collector first, which not a bad item into this comp specifically. There's just not a lot of tankiness, but you still have to deal with Nautilus and Renekton.
Yeah, so here, the first one, so he gets it into the wall, but the second drag of the hook pulls him out of it. But he gets a reduced cooldown because he hit the terrain, and then here, because he hits the terrain again, it does get him out of it.
뺐어. 스트레스 높을. 야, 이게 저렇게 되네.
Ruler was very surprised. He was like, whoa, that's the way it works. Certainly very impressed by Duro's play there. So
yeah,
so it can be difficult to impress Ruler.
The Cataclysm's down before you throw it, you'll just Q the Cataclysm, but because he Q'd before the Cataclysm was down, even though it came down after, he went to it. But
well, yeah, he's going to be pulled back once again, and this time Duro does not have his flash, so can be in a bit of trouble here. He's going to hook into the wall once again. Duro is clean on this Nautilus, and he will live as now the hook comes back in. Kellen is dead. We got the TP here first from Keen, and now B&K are just running for their lives. So much damage is being thrown down, and there's nowhere for B&K to run or to hide. Flashes being thrown out here. Chovy behind enemy lines into two of them, and even lands the bubble. It's beautiful from Chovy to finish it off. And now it's 7-0, 6,000 gold the lead for Gen.G. This one might just be over.
And I think Kellen might have respawned in time, so it wasn't quite an ace, but it pretty much was. All 5 members of BNK PRX going down to 6,000 gold lead. This is what you need with the Nidalee composition. And Duro is just doing his best Spider-Man impression, the way he's just latching onto these walls. Crazy work. So here's the first one. Again, grabs the terrain, but he's pulled out of it. But he gets the reduced cooldown. It's halved, so notably he can go for it again. Buffers out the CC, walks off, gets the heal. And then he's like, oh, now I have my cooldown again. I'm going for Thresh. They get that first kill, and then they can move forward aggressively. Clear TP's in and tries to peel, but they're already so low. So much was burnt onto this Nautilus. And then they think they can stop. But the problem is they're into a Zoe. So Chovy is just picking up all these flashes and able to dive forward.
Oh boy.
Kills Vikla, gets the
민규야 너 되게
sleep.
잘 빠는데 오늘? 뭐냐?
Onto
2판?
Diablo.
오늘은 아니고 2판.
So Ruler was like, you are so good today. I mean, this game. Ruler doesn't want to over-compliment, you know. He wants to keep Duro in his place.
Keep him grounded.
Which, you know, Duro has been really good this game. So I think he's been great other games too. But Ruler not going to go that far. And now, I mean, it was 6,000, now it's 7.5. They got both of the Drakes. It's Ocean Soul, but like, legitimately, I think this comp could win with any Soul. As long as you're this far ahead, and you have a Jinx that's nearly 3,000 gold ahead as well. Your Nidalee has an arm guard. It's kind of like a luxury arm guard at this point. I just, unless Gen G severely overstep, I do not see BNK having a way back into this one. I'm not going to bet my hair on it. We're not going that far. We've learned our lesson here as a team. But,
yeah, but you wouldn't trust Gen G?
I would, actually, but...
oh, so you would bet your hair?
Still no hair bet. No,
still no
it's
hair bet.
Not going to happen. Maybe we should call up Atlas and see if he'll bet his hair, even though he's not working today.
Just invoke it. You know what? You know what I think actually should bet their hair? Because the first time...
Oh, no. There's the stun, there's the bubble. Yep, see you later.
The first time, it was Atlas who bet his hair.
Yeah.
And there was someone else on standby who didn't.
And who might have that been?
Chronicler, right?
Yeah.
So maybe we should bet Chronicler's hair.
I'm sure he'd appreciate that.
He has quite long hair as well.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
there's a lot to bet. You know what? I'm willing to do it. Are you willing to do it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I would love to bet Chronicler's hair on this game.
Yeah, I am willing to bet Chronicler's hair that Gen G win this game. You know what? I'm willing to bet Chronicler's hair that they don't win this game.
Yeah, Jisun also said she got telepathy, a message from Chronicler that, in fact, he has agreed to the hair bet.
Okay, well now I'm really rooting for BNK FearX. I have never hoped for a comeback more than this.
All right, here's the beginning. They're going to make it happen. Raptor takes the lantern. He's like, wait, that's Nautilus.
Guys, come on, lock in. This is for Chronicler's hair. This is for all the marbles.
It's very important that BNK win this game.
This is vital.
Yeah. So Canu's just gonna go ahead and take the Rift Heralds.
Yeah, we usually try and stay unbiased, but in this situation,
I think everybody can join us. You know,
get
they
behind
would understand.
this.
Yeah. Duro, they're finally gonna get him to flash out of a Cataclysm, but yeah, he's still unkillable. Has not died yet.
Yeah.
And so far, it's actually a perfect game.
Wow, makes it seem like a really good hair bet, doesn't it?
Well, he's already agreed to it, so you know.
Yeah.
Through telepathy, of
Don't
course.
need to pitch it anymore.
Yeah.
He's already fully consented. He's on board.
Yeah.
Okay, it's an Ocean Soul. So here are the factors to take into account. Ocean Soul, so weak Soul, right? Also, the sustain, not going to make that much of a difference. You already have sustain with the Nidalee, so, you know, we're fine. Ornament's going to get handed out in a bit. Oh!
Oh, for who? I'm worried about Diablo.
Nice little dodge.
Yeah.
Raptor just tanked it because he does that. They've spotted Keen.
He does do that. Keen still level 13 Renekton and not even going to Dominus. Doesn't even give them the time of day.
Man, I've never been so invested.
All right, here's an opportunity. Vikla trying his best. He heard about the hair bet. Ruler just gonna continue with the Rift Herald into mid.
Watch out for the spear!
Yeah, that hit the exact right target as well.
Okay, it's fine, guys. Just back off. You don't need to contest Dragon now. Give space. It's just ocean. It's just ocean. It's just ocean. It's okay. Back off, heal up, give it some space. They've lost some towers. It's unfortunate.
Uh-oh.
Nicola, care for Chovy.
Nicola, no!
You have cleanse, just walk through it, walk through it. Nice dodge.
Yeah, he's trying to just walk this one off. He's not even gonna flash. Uh-oh.
I'm so dialed in now. I'm so dialed in.
Yeah.
You know what's gonna happen as well? If Gen G, and I'm using if Gen G win this game, Chronicle's gonna send us a smug picture of his hair looking very long.
Yeah. So Digon also said he would hair bet 9,000 lead.
Wow.
Does that mean like Gen G need to win with more than 9,000 gold? Otherwise he's gonna hair bet? Like what if they win with 8,000? All right. Wow. All right, Digon's getting in on the fun as well.
Oh man, come on, BNK FearX, lock in.
I mean, they're trying. They're honestly, like, it looks like they're doing as good as you can
cleanse
from 11,000 gold down. Duro does not have flash, but he's also pretty tanky. I mean, even the power comes in. The rocket gonna hit Kellen, but you know what? I mean, BNK get the pick. We do have Chovy on the long flank, though, coming on in, and the Zhonya's is there, and Vikla, oh no! He is just not existing anymore! Gets popped like a balloon, Keen once in.
They got him!
And, well, he also...
Oh no, the resets!
Yeah, now we get the resets, now the Jinx comes through, and now there is no hope for BNK in this fight.
Man, why did Gen G have to be so good at the game?
Oh, Gen G. Well, BNK had their shot. I feel like, you know, if they had won...
No, it's not over. I'm not giving up yet. I'm not giving up yet. Okay?
We would have had a real seed.
I still believe. There's still hope.
Well, the Nexus hasn't died yet.
All I need, Brendan, I just need you to picture in your mind...
Visualization.
Digon and Chronicler bald, right?
That's a great picture, honestly.
Just visualize that.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking.
Man, Chovy's Zoe is pretty good.
They did a decent job of kiting back, but the health bars got low and they're playing into a Jinx.
Zoe! I mean, this is one of the most... It's one of the most difficult comps to play against from behind. Like, you can't get away from them. There's Nautilus, too. The Nidalee, you're never going to outrun her. The Zoe will always flash after you. The Jinx is going to get excited. Like, there's just so many tools in the toolkit here for Gen G to make sure that you do not survive.
Yeah. Oh, that's...
So one of these guys is better at buffering than the other. And it's Duro is better than Raptor in this case. I think the game is, you know, I'm gonna say it. I think the game is over.
You've lost faith?
Yeah, I think I've now that it's 15,000 gold, you know, I think it's safe enough.
Oh wait, Jinx ulted to stop the recall.
Yes.
Oh man.
They're just too good. It's looking like Gen G is going to Brazil, guys. I mean, if they win this, they will earn a seed to first stand because LCK has 2 after last year. And BNK, they were trying their best. They wanted it so badly. They took out T1 a couple of days ago, and they said, we can take out Gen G as well. And then Gen G said no. And I think that's just what's going to happen here. They throw everything into the Renekton. And, you know, they got the Renekton. And that's about it. Flash comes forward. The Battlestar was pretty far off, but it doesn't quite matter. As he's got a Medjai's, he has 16 stacks. It's 16,000 gold. And Gen G, they said, oh, we actually lost a game to these guys. Let's lock in and make sure that that doesn't happen again. Because now it's just a kettle of fish. They're throwing everything at them, and there's no hope here for BNK. Diablo just being bullied in the fountain, and it looks like Gen G will put the top on this series. Ruler just running in the face of all of them. They can't do anything to this Jinx. It's so sad. And Kennen says, I've been in this position before. Let's just kill the Nexus. Never mind. Let's enable Ruler to get a pentakill. instead. I don't think it's actually a penta, it's a double into a triple into Vikla standing still. That will be the end of the series. Quadra for Ruler and Gen.G will be moving on to the finals in Hong Kong and also on to first stands in Brazil. Gen.G, our best team from the LCK. It was only a matter of time until they were sent there, and today they were able to lock it in.
And Degon and Chronicler will both keep their hair intact. You know,
So
happy for Gen.G, very deserved. Not a big surprise. A little bit upset about the hair thing. We'll talk about that later. We'll try and get them to shave their hair for other reasons. We'll work on that. I'm sorry.
We can bet Chronicler's hair on a different series.
We will do that. I can promise you we'll make that happen. But Gen.G bouncing back in a big way, and Keen looking much better. Hopefully feeling much better. BNK4X, I'm glad they got a game, right? I think it's showing that they are still a leveled up team, but still a lot to work on before they can really challenge Gen.G.
Joey's like, oh, let me delay putting in my keyboard to give you a thumbs up. You deserve this. I am Chovy. I am a generous god. And I think the only right vote here, Ox, for POM is, of course, Keen. You know, maybe Tidzik, maybe Soup go for Ruler or something, but I think it's a pretty obvious one, especially after the first couple of games. His Renekton also was great. Game 3, he played Gnar. You know, he was doing well until the game kind of fell apart. Not necessarily his fault. But yeah, he locked in, all of Gen.G locked in. I'm sure that this won't be a unanimous vote because games 1 and 2 was where Keen really popped off and people already forgot about those games. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Somebody
I'll tell you one thing. Player of this game, Duro 100%. Without doubt.
Yeah, sure. Ruler agrees.
Yeah. Duro on the Nautilus. Main feature point of a lot of these plays with the Spider-Man moves. This just felt so frustrating for BNK4X. I mean, you just don't factor this in, that the Nautilus is just going to permanently escape from these plays, and they felt a bit bedazzled when it happened. Apparently, Duro really likes Chronicler's hairstyle. So,
to be honest, I do too. It's pretty cool.
But wouldn't it be funny to see him bald?
It would. Maybe next time. We got more League of Legends series.
I bet he'd look great bald as well.
Yeah, he really would. It's not fair.
Why about? Why 없고?
다리 좀 넓게 잡은 걸.
They're saying nobody has flash, I think.
끌게. 나이스. 바로 팔죠.
Just calling cooldowns.
저기 한다.
At what point do you think Ruler calls for a Penta?
바로 나온다.
I'm gonna say like right now.
일단 이걸 봐줘야 돼. 나 만화가 없어서.
나도 만화가 없거든.
They're saying like we don't have mana, we actually have to protect Ruler.
자르만 노플 재혁이 형.
I think
they're saying no flash.
앞에 노플.
I think after Felios he calls for it.
아 전지.
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it!
아 내가 쳤어.
I knew it.
He starts freaking out and he's like, he's like, don't hit the Nexus, and then he hit it. He's like, oh crap, I hit it. Great damage from Ruler in this game. He wasn't necessarily the main character, but he did his job. Did a bunch of damage on the Jinx, got all the resets, and finished them off. The Jinx ends up being a great pick.
Canyon, Nidalee win rate keeps going up. Keen, great on Renekton. Chovy, great on Zoe. Ruler, great on Jinx. It's Keen gonna get the POM.
This shouldn't be a surprise.
Crushed lane every game and was a monster in the first two. Third game was really far ahead, but there were some shenanigans that led him to fall behind. Game 4, I think, was the one that was not as much about him, but still was pretty impressive. But I think a big bounce back from the previous series where he was feeling unwell, and it's always good seeing Keen in good form, which is usually always the case.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, BNK, you remember in their coach interview, they were like, we're worried about Chovy, the rest of them, we feel like we can match them as a team. But you and I were, you know, pressing X out on that one because Chovy's a carry, Ruler's a carry, Keen's a carry, and then even after that, like, Duro can do insane stuff, Canyon, very obvious. You know, it's just a team full of carries, so it's not fair.
It really isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I'm still upset about the hair thing.
Don't worry, we have more opportunities to bet Chronicler's hair in the future.
Honestly,
and I'm sure Deacon will just jump right in as well.
In
Just
hindsight,
offer, you know?
we should have bet the hair on Genji winning that game. That would have been...
We did have that option. A little bit less interesting.
But it would have been a much better move.
He would have lost his hair.
Yeah.
And that's the important part, honestly. But yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Genji moves on. And we have a game tomorrow. This is what I came in today, and I was like, this is what's going to happen. Genji's going to win, and we're going to have a match tomorrow between T1 and LCK.
But they won 3-1, which you didn't think was going to happen.
That's true.
Yeah.
Although everybody on our side was like 3-0 or 3-1, so we kind of like split the difference on that one. By the way, guys, team interview coming up next, so make sure you tune in for that.
Yeah. And pretty cool. They're obviously our first team going to first stand, and also they've already secured their chance to go to Hong Kong and battle there for the #1 spot.
Who's going to be team number 2?
That's a question.
The odds probably say T1, but after BNK defeated them, maybe it's just BNK. And I think the guys who thought that DK was going to get in, I think it was Wolf and Wadid who said, you know, DK is going to get in instead of BNK. Over to Hong Kong, that is. I'm not sure about that.
I will say BNK losing today definitely, because if BNK had won today, the coffee bet, they would have just lost it immediately.
That would have been funny, actually.
So over.
Yeah. What if both BNK and DK went? I guess coffee bet is just void. It's just over.
Yeah.
Because they both win Genji T1, so.
Yeah, I think that's what happens.
Yeah.
But they were kind of hoping for it to be over. That's the best case scenario for them from here.
So Subin came out, and Genji decided that they would not. Here they are. A little bit delayed, you know, there's a lot of them. And I'm very excited to hear what they have to say about, you know, the future of Genji. Obviously, last year, Genji was also incredibly strong, but they did not win LCK Cup. And they did not go to first stand. So Homolife Esports kind of took the beginning of the year in that sense. But now Genji is starting off this year extremely strong, keeping the same roster. And maybe they'll try to keep it going all the way from LCK Cup. And guys, we do have the interview ready to go. So I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you for the handoff, guys. This is Deer for the team interview translation. We have Genji, the entire team and players of Genji, who just took a 3-1 victory and secured the 2026 LCK Cup Finals and first stand. We have Keen first. Congratulations on the win. You'll be at the finals and first stand. How do you feel? Now, after winning today's series, there are a lot of on the stakes with the finals and the first stand. Very important. There were some dicey moments, but I'm just glad that we were able to secure today's victory. And before facing BFX today, how were the prep process like? I think BFX tries to play around jungle bot, so I think that's what we were trying to really just keep in mind. And although you dropped a game, it was overall a very dominant series. So what ultimately got you the victory? I can't really pinpoint just one thing, but I feel like our team, the entire team and my players actually played really well in terms of team fighting as well. Perhaps you can say that the POM yours contributed. Yeah, I mean, as the POM, I'm sure that I had more contribution to today's victory. What are you looking forward to the most as you will be in Hong Kong for the finals? It'll be international roadshow. Will be very different than the usual, so I feel like I'm looking forward to it being a lot more fun. Congratulations once again. Thank you. And next up, we have Canyon. With that 3-1, you secured the finals and first stand. How do you feel? No, we quickly secured the finals, which feels great. And I hope that we have to be well prepared for the finals. And you were against Raptor, who's in great form lately. So what did you watch out for? I think he's very good with trades, and he's also is always very in sync with his bot lane. Hands out. And I feel like that's pretty much an outstanding thing that he knows how to do well. And in Game 4, you guys picked Renekton and Nidalee, and that was the first Nidalee appearance in the LCK Cups. So what was the idea behind her? You know, because throughout the series, a lot of the good jungle picks have disappeared, I felt like Nidalee was a viable pick. And I think my teammates actually did so well, and we were able to scale really fast. So you have risen to the finals, and we'll wait for your opponent to climb up. So, who is it going to be, T1 or BFX? Well, you know, I'm not very good with these kind of predictions, but I just have a feeling that it's going to be T1. And what is your mindset for the finals? As for today, I feel like I lacked in terms of trading and fighting, so I think I just have to do a better prep work into the finals so that I can have a better showing. And next, we'll have a talk with Chovy. How do you feel about this victory? You know, it feels great, eh? And I think we do have some room for improvement, and I hope that we can fill those lacking points until the next match. And a question for the belt connoisseur. This morning, Jojo Pian from LEC went Rocket Belt with Azir, and we saw it again today. So, what are your thoughts? Is Rocket Belt Azir good? You know, the only way Azir can utilize Rocket Belt is actually honestly very limited. It's just one thing. But I think it's just a really cost-effective item. And in this LCK Cup, your form is quite insane. And we're excited to see you at the finals. So, what will you focus on? I think I'm doing pretty well, so I think I'll just have to keep on doing what I'm doing right now. And what about any message for your fans? And we will be heading off to Hong Kong. I hope that we can keep on showing a great performance for you guys. And next up is Ruler. And you have made it to the finals. How do you feel? I think we did a really good job for today's victory. I feel great. And many say that it is currently bot lane meta. And as you were the one who ruled the world in bot meta, are you confident? It feels a little different from back then, but for sure, yeah, I have always won and did pretty well during bot meta, so I'm pretty confident. And in Game 4, after seeing Duro's clutch plays, you said, Duro, you're so good, but not today, just this game. So didn't he do well? Yeah, I do think that he did well. And I feel like maybe there were some circumstances that he could have done better. You know, you could say something pretty nice, right? Honestly, I do say nice things all the time to him. So, instead of, you know, getting a compliment in this space, I'm sure that he'll appreciate it in, you know, in the back end of the things. And what is your mindset for winning the LCK Cup? We have made it to the finals, but I want to make sure that we come back and do a better job during the finals to give you guys, to make everyone proud and give you guys a great performance as well. And Duro, how do you feel about today's victory? You know, I was expecting it to be a difficult match, but I'm just so relieved that it was a 3-1. Bot prio was key for this series, so what was your mindset? You know, if we were to lose bot lane, it would have been a very, very difficult and exhausting match. So I think I was playing with the mindset that we have to get bot prio. And Ruler said that he cannot publicly give you a good word or compliment. So what do you think of that? You know, during scrims, usually he does say nice things to me, so I am okay, really. And according to the team YouTube channel, you seem to be the class clown controlling the team spirit. So how will you keep the energy high in Hong Kong? I don't know how I became the clown, to be honest, but in Hong Kong, I want to be more calm. And with this momentum, I'm sure you guys are quite confident to win the finals. So what is your mindset? Up until now, I think we were able to give you guys a great showing, and I hope that we can keep it up all the way up to the finals in Hong Kong. Thank you so much for the support. And let's give it up one more time for Genji, who has made it to the LCK Cup Finals and first stand. And that's the end of the interview with Genji. And back to the space. Thank you. Welcome to the desk, Arrow.
Oh, look at that. You see? Deer? Yeah, that's you. Deer, give him the shout.
That's you, man. That's you right
there. Again, Deer, thank you so much for the translation and the extended interviews. It's great job. Great job, as it was a 3-1 victory for Genji. They get it done in the fastest way possible in that last game. 23 minutes, 13 seconds, beat it by 40. Oh, they don't do math on broadcast. 43 seconds. There we go.
Good job.
Nongshim. Or I get well played over Nongshim. So yeah, again, Genji showing the form that they've had for almost 2 years. 2 years, just dominant here with it.
It was a really clean game, and also it's been 3 times in a row, by the way. The team who had the 2-0 lead just drops the game 3 randomly, and then they just stomped the game 4 once again. And yeah, it was kind of similar. And now Genji in the finals, and I feel like, I don't know, like they will be waiting in the final spot, but I don't feel like it's gonna be like Genji again dominating the opponents. You know, I think the opponent team that they play against is gonna be really huge as well, because I think the LCK Cup has been really random when it comes to the BO5.
There's also a lot of time between now and that Hong Kong finals, as well as whoever's playing in that lower bracket finals will have the extra time playing against BNK to ramp up there as well, adjust to the crowd. They'll have that extra advantage over Genji.
All right, let's get to the comments here, as it was Keen picking this one up in the top lane. All right, analysts voted for Canyon. Korean cast voted Canyon. Media.
Interestingly, Keen had the pop-off Rek'Sai game, and then all the stream votes went that way.
Wolf really is believing in the early
power vote,
the early vote
votes,
power of stream votes. Media had 2 there. All right, let's get to our comments. What did?
I mean, for me, his champion pool was insane. Like, I think whenever it comes to BO5, again, you gotta bring up some fresh idea. And then, like, we all know that he has Nidalee, but I think this time around he had a great Aatrox game, even though he lost the game. And also, like, so many picks that he's just bringing up. And I think this season, he's been really just dominating the opponent with his pathing and early game plans. So it's such a pleasure to watch his gameplay.
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, a lot of the time last season, I felt like his prowess was being looked over because there were a lot of flashy plays. He's been controlling the game. Wolf?
Well, Nidalee, he gave us the nid, so I'll give him the nod.
Whoa. Yeah. You look like a professor, you know? Like,
I was thinking about Chovy for a lot of this series. He had an amazing performance on the Talia. Obviously, his Zoe game was great there at the end as well, but Canyon just did too much. He did way too much this series.
Yeah. Nodders in the chat. You know, doesn't get a vote, but gets a comment. Arrow, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Canyon didn't show the super play or anything, but he played very consistently well. It didn't maybe spotted on the highlight, but I think he knows where to be. I think he was just nowhere on the Summoner's Rift, he knew everything.
I mean, like every time, like when we reviewed the game, like Arrow was kind of surprised by Kenyon's vision gameplay. Like it's like him playing a chess with a vision. So it's like it was pretty impressive by him to have that insane amount of control with that vision.
All right, let's see what our Korean cast had to say. Prince with, I thought you guys were tigers. Turns out a polar bear ripped everyone apart.
True say?
Oh, that was for Kenyon. There we go. I don't know why I thought it was for Keenan. All right, let's see what else that we had here. Ox going with, glad to see you are feeling better. Again,
this Keen was kind of under the weather
earlier and bounced back. So Ox with the well wishes for the man in the top lane who got himself the POM. That's the Keen Hyung I'm talking about.
Big dog.
Big dog. He basically big dogged him in Korean.
Umpty, no!
Once again, no Umpty, no! Oh my god, Umpty, I thought you stopped it, but again, oh my god.
Only I can do this. We don't need 2 wolf dad jokes. We don't need it. Just
so
one.
Cringe.
I guess I'm gonna do more serious ones from now on when I know he's putting a comment in.
He's probably in the back too, being like, that was good, right? That was a good one.
You guys like that?
What? Amazing CC combo. No, that was Helios. What do you think?
I mean, I think that's okay.
Yeah, CC, Toby Canyon.
The CC chain, I like it, yeah.
Was it better than Umpty's?
I think it was a little better, I would say.
All right, okay.
I'm gonna have to give him the edge as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you for everyone doing their best in the comments. As it was a 3-1 victory for, as Wadid said, the 3rd time this week. It's win 2, give 1 game for hope, and then crush the hope. But unlike the other 2 series, BNK Fearx have another opportunity later on as they have already booked their ticket there. And that's right, you know who the Zoom was on. Smug did. Not so smug.
Looking pretty good for me, Ox, Dagon, Umpty, G-Sun, Cloud Templar, and Coco, who all believe that BNK could get a game. Pat's on the back for us, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here. You can pat me on the back, Wadid. Come on, man. All right.
Better luck next time, Wadid.
And there's the bracket. It is Gen G into the finals yet again in Hong Kong. BNK Fearx will also make it in the lower bracket finals. And who their opponent will be next Saturday, we'll find out this Sunday, tomorrow, less than 24 hours. Well, Sunday actually starts in like 3 hours. But
3 hours and 18 minutes.
The match will start in less than 24 hours. T1 versus D plus Kia.
I feel like we've seen a lot of craziness in this bracket. Like not 1-3-0. You look at that. Maybe it would be a shock to so many, I think, if T1 do not go. But the last time they played against D plus in the best of 5, they won 3-0. I'm expecting T1 to win tomorrow, but we have seen so much craziness. We've seen so many upsets this LCK Cup that anything could happen. I think tomorrow is definitely going to be a tense match day, even though I think we do have a clear favorite.
I mean, it should be a good wake-up call for T1, you don't have more chances. Like, it's their last shot right now, and I think this time around, they really need to step up. Like, it was a disappointing game, disappointing series, but again, this is their last chance.
Yes, but I think a lot of the conversation in the post-game interviews were about how they got their prep wrong. They prepped wrong. Coma took the blame, and I feel like that's very fixable going into tomorrow's match. Arrow, you said something very unique about BNK Fearx supporters. You felt like, man, Diablo's gonna know this is what I have to do differently. It's play safe because he was able to do that against T1. Do you feel like no matter who they play, it's gonna be okay, or do you feel like T1 or D+ will have an advantage?
I think hopefully he realized he doesn't have to play on the edge like every single moment, because you can just watch the replay, everything. And even the last game when Aphelios died, they unlucky like God of the Juro's hook, right? Oh, between the minions. But you didn't have to play on edge. Why do you need to bait the skills? Like such as things, you just need to just play as a team. You don't have to I know you should be sometimes you need to be a Diablo, but you should be Diablo when you need to be. When your team needs to be you as a Diablo, you do it. Go for it.
Wise words from Arrow. I think Arrow solved Diablo. Just be a little bit more safe sometimes, and then go sicko mode when it's required.
Yeah, I mean, I just trust. I watched his game so many times, and he's just really good AD carry.
Yeah.
And it's just the thing. Like I expected too much to him, so that my disappointments.
But who do you think is gonna make it though? Like, is it like Diablo is gonna make it because he's good AD carry, or T1 or DK?
Well, I personally think T1, hoping the T1 because T1 is just fun to watch always, and then watching the long run of it.
Can't believe an XKT.
Oh, the KT fan. Wolf is a huge KT fan.
Sitting on the KT side right next to the KT logo. Arrow, come on.
Arrow, thank you so much for joining us today. Those were the types of insights we were able to have backstage. I mean, we wanted to do so many different segments because the way that you saw the game, it was super fun to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right, y'all.
Thanks, Arrow.
That does it for today's action. There's one more match before we head on over to Hong Kong. It is T1 versus D+ in less than 24 hours. You won't want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. Bye-bye.